time the mic will go green. Correct? When you see please take your seats. Hi. Please take your seats. Good afternoon. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the people on YouTube. The program will be starting shortly as soon as everybody is settled. Please, if you could speed up. Good afternoon. Can we please settle down? We need to start. Welcome everyone on YouTube. Please, if we can do it quietly. There's a lot of noise, not necessary. There's people viewing us on YouTube. Yes. Yes. Good afternoon again. Those that are sitting at the ends and the seats in the middle, please move towards the middle so that when the others come in, there's no tension. There's two seats here. There's a couple of seats over there. If we can fill in all the seats towards the middle, please.
When you start talking, when you're given the go-ahead, then you'll click it one more time. And here, you can always see what's coming next. And then when you welcome me, you do it one more time, right? So you don't want to do this yet until we're settling down. We're still waiting. We're still waiting for
The four of you at the back, excuse me, hello, please sit down. Welcome everybody on YouTube. We're starting the program any second now. No more talking. Thank you very much. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, please remain seated and meditate, pray, make zikr for 15 seconds, please. Thank you. Good afternoon to one and all of you to the 82nd anniversary and the third commemoration of the sinking of the SS Tilawa ship. Almost everyone here is related to someone who was on the ship. So in our Indian speak, we say we are all family. We are family. For me, it is a singular honor and privilege to be your chairman this afternoon. I am grateful to the founder members of the SS Tilawa Foundation for affording me this task, and I hope I do not fail them. I welcome one and all of you with the universal greeting of mankind. Peace be on you. We have a few special guests that are present that we have to mention. The first one that I have is Mr. Salvan Naidu, but I haven't seen him. He may arrive. He's from the 1860 Settlers Foundation. Then we have Professor Ahmed Sheikh of the Regent Business School. Then we have Mr. Kesh Kumar of the TILAWA 1942. We have Madam Pina Jani from London, representing her father. Maulana Sema's family is here. You are all welcome. Hemu, you are welcome. I'm mentioning a few of the special guests, but you are all special, so you are all welcome. Thank you. Indians are very adaptive. I find them to be able to fit into any society. What you find, though, is a youngster like Emil, not him, goes to Canada for 2 weeks. And before leaving, he says, "Ma, make me some roti and banana sainu." And he chows it and he leaves for Canada. He comes back after 2 weeks. And I say, "Mom, will you make me some roti and some banana fry?" And so quickly he adapts to the language of the country that he visited. And that's why Indians are adaptive. They can change. If anyone here feels I've forgotten to mention you, please raise your hand and I will welcome you specially. Yes, ma'am. I have his name. I will. It's here. I'm not lying. Okay. You see, because he is on our Tilawa Foundation, he will be mentioned especially. The chairman of the SS Tilawa Foundation, Mr. Harun Tar Mohammed, our Amir, he's worked very hard. Then we have his two, I don't know if you call them henchmen or sidekicks, is Imran Bobat and Ashraf Romani. And these guys have been working hard for a long time. Then we have Dr. Hanif Musa, we have Mr. Yunus Randeri, and we have Mr. Salim Ismail, and myself. The four of us were roped in recently in the last year, but these three guys have been at it for such a long time that we now think that Harun Bhai or Harun Ba, whichever way you want to call him, was a survivor of the ship. Anyway, the organizing committee, everyone knows them. I don't know if you want to stand up and wave your hand. You don't want to do it, it's fine. Then thank you for giving them the round of applause. Please relax. Do not feel you are in a lecture theater, so you don't smile. If you smile, it will relax me because you can see I'm nervous now. Just for the record, I want to tell you where all the facilities are situated. The disabled rooms are on this floor. As you exit, there's one. Ladies is on the second floor, you go one flight down. Men are on the first floor, so you go 2 flights down. And then on the ground floor, there's ladies, men, and for the disabled. So if there's a rush, please move out quietly, do not disturb anyone, and we'll carry on with the program. Hopefully nobody leaves, because this is going to be a very, very interesting program. We will have a comfort break around 3:30 p.m. with tea and biscuits. Now I have to ask you all, look at your cell phone, make sure it's on silent, and if you want to switch it off, it would be better. Then I want to tell you that each one of you on your seats, you found a gift bag. There's 2 bottles of water inside. The gift bag has got some sweets with love from the Randeri family, the bag itself, 2 bottles of water. There's Regent Business School water in front of you. And then the Tilawa Foundation, SS Tilawa Foundation of South Africa, has given you a commemorative medallion. It's not a silver coin, it has no intrinsic value, but it has a lot of sentimental value. I'm asking you all, those who can, please wear your pin badge. There's a pin badge in there as well. And then there's a key pouch. So keep that key pouch as well to keep your key safely, and you can put a few coins in it as well. There's a zip as well. I've mentioned everything, Imran. Then, last but not least, we have a superstar amongst us. The SS Tilawa Foundation are very pleased to have Tilawa 1942 come to South Africa to participate with this commemorative program. These people have come from Canada, from England, from India, from all over the world, and we appreciate them. I'm pleased to invite Emil Solanki, the founder of Tilawa 1942, currently located in Toronto, Canada. I want to give you a little background on Emil. He's not the guy who wanted the banana fry and the roti. He was born in the UK to Gujarati Ugandan immigrants. He's an executive in the financial planning world as well as the tourism industry. He has been immersed in countless pursuits and interests, including construction, real estate, and history education. He is a proud husband of Gabrielle and father to their 6-year-old son, Luca. For 18 years, he has been working with his father, Mukesh Solanki, to raise awareness around the world and the SS Tilawa incident. In 2022, Emil started describing the SS Tilawa 1942 as the Indian Titanic. And when he comes on stage, you'll see what was the actor's name in the Titanic? Leonardo DiCaprio. You'll see the Indian version of Leonardo DiCaprio. We look forward to your presentation, Emil, and hearing from many Tilawa family members. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Emil Solanki as he presents bringing the forgotten tragedy to the world.
Try again. Nope. Yeah. Go the other way. There we go. No, the other way. Feel right. Good.
Thank you, Emil.
We're good to go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Tilawa family members, those of you in person here at the Regent Business School in Durban, South Africa, and those of you streaming right now on YouTube, it is my absolute honor to be here and share this historic moment with every single one of you. The first commemorative event officially acknowledging the ill-fated SS Tilawa memorializing the loss of life on African soil where the ship was destined for. How do you feel about being here today? You're going to find that this commemorative event is like no other. It's a landmark event. We are going to make history today. There are going to be important announcements and exciting developments, and you're here to hear and see it for the very first time. During these commemorative events, we like to pay tribute to people that work hard to make this happen. And if it wasn't for the SS Tilawa Foundation and their planning committee, we would not be here today. This event would not have taken place, and if it wasn't for their efforts, we wouldn't have all of the goodies which you will see a little later that have started to at least give us some closure and make this event historic in nature, but also to start getting it prominently featured in the history books. So could you please give a wholehearted round of applause for the SS Tilawa Foundation members, their labor of love. It's very humbling and overwhelming being in their presence, because I feel like the little boy, and they are the mentors and the leaders and the scholars, and I've learned so much so far, and to finally be with you in person means the world to me. And I think that we have only just begun. Now, when we do these commemorative events, we start with a video, and that video has been extended and developed over time. Enjoy it. There are two. Tilawa 1942, it's actually the name of a ship that was built by the British Steam Navigation Company. It was actually named after a Burmese port. Its route was from Mumbai to South Africa via the Seychelles, Mombasa and Maputo. It ended in Durban, and passengers were mainly Indian nationals looking to offer their trade expertise and look at new business opportunities. On November 20th, 1942, the ship left Mumbai for South Africa. There were 222 crew members, 732 passengers, over 6,000 tons of cargo, which included 60 tons of silver bullion.
Terrible explosion. The ship flares were going up, the siren was going up, everybody's trying to escape from the ship.
A at about 900 miles northeast of the Seychelles, there was an attack on the ship by the Japanese Imperial Army. It was the I-29 submarine. It twice torpedoed Tilawa, and after the first torpedo attack, the first officer transmitted SOS messages.
I had a terrible shock because I was only a teenager at the time, 17-year-old. After about another 15 or 20 minutes, I think, we heard another explosion. That must be the second torpedo, and the lights of Tilawa went off.
They were in the water. My late father, for example, did not make it to any of the boats. He was on a plank, on a raft, in the middle of the ocean for 2 nights and 2 days. Now that's a real miracle, as such.
She was in the boat and suddenly she saw the water coming in because it bombarded, there was a big hole in the ship, so water was coming in. So immediately she took me, she tied me up here at the back, and she took whatever she can from the bag, ornament she put it on. Bag you can't carry, but she carried me and immediately went up and asked for the help.
I think this story needs to be seen and heard, not just for my dad, but for the people that didn't make it, And there's going to be other families out there like ours whose families perished and they don't really know about the story or don't know anything about it.
There's a lot of unanswered questions.
Trying to understand why would a Japanese commander of a submarine first cripple the ship, wait 1 hour later, and then eventually deliver the coup de grace, which eventually sank her. And so that 1 hour is of crucial interest to everybody because that will reveal the mystery why she was eventually sunk. So we know there was silver bullion on board. There's speculation there was gold bullion on board. And we're not sure if the Japanese were after the cargo because obviously they needed to fuel their war effort. I've always made this point that had there been a war tragedy in the West, they would have made movies about it. It would blockbuster.
Organised a special memorial service which takes place in Mumbai tomorrow.
We're going to remember everybody who lost their lives on the night, and how fitting to have it at the very place and on the very day, on the day, 23rd of November.
Tonight is a very, very special evening. I just want to thank you all for coming to make this a memorable occasion.
This was a tragedy for our family we had no idea existed.
We have gathered here this evening to commemorate a tragic event in the world of maritime history. We at Maritime Mumbai Museum Society, along with the Solanki family, extend a warm welcome to all of you to join hands in reminiscing and acknowledging the Tilawa 1942 tragedy, which, like many, is a story that's lost and forgotten to time.
My name is Tej Prakash Mandit, and I'm a survivor of the SS Tilawa tragedy. Every year at this time, I think of those that died, including my mother and 3 brothers. May they rest in peace.
And it would be my great privilege and the privilege of the British Deputy High Commission in Mumbai if you would allow us to lay a wreath each year in our National Service of Remembrance for the victims of the Tilawa tragedy. The UK government fully supports your efforts to ensure that the victims of this tragedy are not forgotten. And I want to thank you for that service.
Tilawa, the untold story of India's greatest maritime tragedy, where the dreams of an innocent generation were shattered by war.
So welcome and good evening. Welcome to the 81st anniversary of Tilawa 1942.
And you look for Tilawa, you really won't find much. My colleagues and I did some digging, and we've only been able to find actually 2 images of this vessel. These are in our outstation at Woolwich, very, very well worth visiting, and we have a gold mine of photographs and ship plans there.
What happened 80 odd years ago. We will never forget the innocents who are bystanders to tragedy and who lose their lives. That quote that I saw, imagine, as he put his hand into the water to rescue one person, others grabbed onto the person who was being rescued and pulled that person down. So desperate were they to survive. And I suppose it teaches us that time here in Greenwich is so important. Loving our families, loving our friends, loving our neighbours, living with them in peace is the most important thing, because you never know when it's going to end. So thank you for allowing me to share this evening with you. I will redouble my efforts to help Emil and Mukesh keep this whole issue alive, keep this cause alive, so that they did not die in vain.
Here are just 2 more stories. There were so many we wanted to share with you this evening, but here is one. Mr. Singh, his daughter was able to provide us this picture of the blanket that was provided to her father on HMS Birmingham, and she still has that with her today. Story goes that Mr. Singh was sitting in one part of the ship, and a mother and children go to Mr. Singh and ask if they could swap places. So Mr. Singh says, sure. Well, of course, you can probably conclude what happened. The torpedo hit that section of the ship, and that mother and children passed away, and he survived. Here was another account that came from Delhi last week. The daughter of Mr. Hari Singh, Mrs. Swan Kaur, who's in her early 90s. Of course, she was alive when she lost her father. Mr. Hari Singh was a well-known founder of the Gurudwara in Mombasa, Kenya. And eyewitness accounts say that he actually got to the lifeboat, realized that he lost or had forgotten his religious books and other important documents, goes to get them, comes back, and the lifeboat had left.
What do you remember?
When the torpedoes?
Yeah.
I don't remember the first torpedo.
Yes.
Yeah, so I heard my father was calling my name.
Yeah.
And when I sit up, I saw the water. I touched the water.
Mm-hmm.
So he picked me up and take me to the boat and let me, yeah.
My. So what was it like trying to survive for that one day? What did you do as a 9-year-old?
Just nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the other people? Can you recall what the other people were saying?
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
No. I don't remember.
Yes.
Help us to climb up. And they took us to the ship hospital and treat us and gave us blanket. So That's it.
So I'm just a little bit. Were you with your dad at this time?
No, Dad was on the raft.
Oh, he was still on the raft.
Yeah,
So you were on your own.
Yeah, I was only the one. So,
wow.
Yeah, then my father came.
Yes.
I was on the deck when I saw my father.
Yeah.
He was coming, and he
Excellent.
helped me, he hugged me, and he was looking around looking for my mother and 3 brothers. Yeah.
Wow. And what did your father say about the incident? Did he ever talk about the incident?
He didn't say anything, no.
Yeah.
No.
That's not quite unusual because many of the families never spoke about the incident. So,
my father's strong will and tenacity and sense of duty to raise a 9-year-old daughter gave him the strength to carry on in life. He remarried and raised a new family. That is why his family is here today. My sister Tej Prakash was surrounded by a loving extended family when she was younger, and later she got married into the Mangat family, who gave her a lot of love and respect. She is my role model. We can never forget the tragedy, but today I see the survival of my father and sister as a gift to us and everyone around us. We love you, Tej Penji. Thank you.
Brought us the sad news that the boat had been torpedoed. There were a few survivors, but my entire family had been wiped out.
So what?
Sorry, I just want to mention that passenger list.
Yes.
Is the only list that exists at the moment. It's not an official list, but it's the only known list. When you count the passengers on that, you still only have about 600. There's still another 120 or 130 people that are unaccounted for. And also what's unaccounted for is the crew that were on the ship.
Excellent. So what did your father tell you about how he survived?
So my father was always boasting about his survival. He would tell stories every day. And everybody in the town, my father was living in a town called Moshi, near Kilimanjaro. And he would tell the stories, and the story was that he didn't know how to swim. So after putting his life jacket, he was wandering around the deck and he saw people going into the boat and they were overloaded and the boat will completely sink inside. So then he said, no, I'm not going to jump into that. So he was wandering around the deck, and when he went into the upper deck, there were cabins there. And the people were locked into the cabins because of the torpedo somehow, and they were shouting to rescue them. So my father took an axe, a fire axe, and tried to break the doors down.
We are currently pitching this to the BBC, to ITV, to Disney India, who own National Geographic, surprise, surprise, to Channel 4, and I can also tell you that the actress and presenter Sunetra Sarkar, who I happen to know and I've worked with, has taken a great interest in this and has agreed to attach herself to the project. So in this sort of very boring film world, the more talent you can attach, the more likely it is to happen. And going back to the first thing Arvind said to me is, have you got the money? That's exactly what we have to say to the broadcasters. It does require them to commission this. So we are.
So once more, thank you for the work that you've done. Thank you for inviting us as well. We will also, in the council, as I mentioned, we will mention this to our leaders as well, and make sure that we take interest in what has happened and will possibly also be part of the story. Once more, thank you for inviting me, and it's a pleasure having all of you tonight. Thank you.
So Daddy and Mommy, soon shall we meet. We have lost loved ones, and lost them in very tragic circumstances. That memory has to be kept alive, perpetuated, and brought to the world.
Just a kind reminder to turn off your phones, please. Just double check. Thank you so much. That was quite a moving video, wasn't it? And it's nice to see how things have developed over the last couple of years. Okay, if I can have control, please. Nothing yet? Here we go. Now, you know the story. You've got a sense of what happened back in 1942. But let's provide you some background to the SS Tilawa and go back further in time. Why are we looking at a picture of this English lady? Her name is Lady Elsie Mackay. Her father was the chairman of the British Steam Navigation Company. He was an earl, and he inherited the company and its assets and wealth from Mackinnon and Mackenzie. Mackinnon and Mackenzie were two Scottish business partners in the locomotive and shipbuilding industry. And so you can imagine now this Lady Elsie Mackay during the time of the British Empire. She was born in Shimla, by the way. And, you know, a few years after kind of the female suffragette movement, the Great War has now ended. And this Lady Elsie Mackay, she was married for a while, and then her marriage, you know, they broke apart. But look at what she did. She was an actress, a jockey, an interior decorator, an aviator. She sadly, in her 30s, in the late 20s, passed away. She was with one of her pilots. They were in a plane. The plane crashed. I think they were on their way to North America, and they died somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. It was very sad indeed. But something that we are interested in is the fact that she was an interior designer. We'll find out why shortly. On the video that you saw at the beginning, there was a 1924 real footage of the SS Tilawa being launched, being christened. Who sponsored the SS Tilawa? Lady Elsie Mackay. It's a fuzzy picture. We had to zoom way in for you to see her face holding a bouquet of flowers. Now, often people think that the SS Tilawa was some third-class rubbish ship for cargo and poor people. That's nonsense. There was no war when the SS Tilawa was built. It had another intended purpose, as we will find out, and Lady Elsie Mackay had a part in that. So the British Steam Navigation Company, they would advertise all over the British Empire this service, not just of cargo delivery, but of passengers. And that was the purpose of the SS Tilawa. They needed to build something that was non-military, that it had its luxurious comforts and it was convenient for passengers to travel, mostly in the Indian Ocean. So can you imagine your loved ones seeing something like this? Ah, there's a ship. I better go and speak to that agent. And where were most of the agents? Well, what's that building that you see on your top right corner? The Mackinnon and Mackenzie building. Those two brothers in Scotland who founded the British Steam Navigation Company. And this is located in the Ballard estate near the Ballard Pier. Those are two pictures at the bottom there of what the Ballard Pier, where Tilawa left from for the last time, and many of our loved ones would have come from Gujarat and from Navsari and Surat, and they would have taken the Flying Rani, which would come straight into that Ballard port area, which doesn't really exist today, as you'll see shortly. So, let's get this straight in our heads. The builder was Hawthorne Leslie, 1886 to 1982. The client, it was Lady Elsie Mackay's father's company, the British Steam Navigation Company. And what was the location? Where was Tilawa built? In England, Newcastle. The location, Hebburn Shipyard. Now, the Hebburn Shipyard was in use for many, many years. On the right side, bottom right picture, you can see what it looks like now. Can you see those shapes, those long empty shapes? That's where the ships would have been. Can you imagine Tilawa being there? Well, we have an exciting announcement. We are pleased to announce at this commemorative event that there is a new proposal that has been submitted called Kelly's Wharf Hebburn. The developer, Hebburn Riverside Developments, they will be constructing a memorial, a museum that will be dedicated and committed to the workers in Hebburn, and a couple of ships, and one of them is the SS Tilawa. Where the SS Tilawa was built, there will be an exhibit, a permanent place in the museum for this forgotten tragedy. How do you feel about that? Now, these are just some renditions of the area where the museum will be. I have been able to see other proposal designs, but they are not approved yet. It's not public information yet. It hasn't been submitted to planning, so we couldn't share those with you. Now, this project could take between 3 to 5 years. We've got a ways to go. But don't forget that this is something to look forward to in the future. Now, as we go through various documents that you'll see today, and I appreciate that you might not be able to read them from here, but you can get access to them on a variety of websites, including sstilawa.com and tilawa1942.com, but we'll just be referring to them and perusing through them for your benefit. So what are some of the nuggets that we glean from information about the ship? Well, one of the things that you noticed in the video, actually, where Bina Jani and her family were in London at the Tower Hill Memorial, there was a plaque there that said Tilawa Glasgow. Was Tilawa also called Glasgow? No, but the British Steam Navigation Company had an office in Glasgow, and so when they built ships, some of them were registered under the Glasgow office. So that's why you see Glasgow there. Okay, what else? It was 451 feet long, it was 59 feet wide, it was 34 feet wide, and then, or was that the depth? That was the depth, sorry, 34 high and then 39 wide. When we spoke about kind of the comfort levels and trying to be passenger friendly, 62 in first class, 74 in second class, and then 3,957. Now, we had total 958 on the ship, including passengers, 732, crew members, 222, and 4 gunners. But Tilawa could hold quite a few people, and it was destined for Calcutta and the Far East service. Now, Tilawa also had an older sister, the SS Tilawa. Those were the 2 ships that were commissioned or sponsored by the Mackay family. Tilawa was 1 year old, 1923, and actually in 1938, Tilawa had an accident in Singapore at King's Port. It had a collision with another ship called New Zealand, and it required extensive renovation. But then by the time the war took place, a year later, it was then commissioned as a merchant cargo ship for the British Empire, for their personnel, for their citizens, their residents, and for any cargo that is part of the empire. When we think about artifacts, we think about maritime objects. Photographs are considered objects from a museum, a curator perspective. You heard Dr. Erin Jaffa from the Greenwich National Maritime Museum speak to this. So for many years now, we've been able to see these pictures. But as you saw at the commemoration last year, thanks to the Greenwich National Maritime Museum archives, back from the early 1920s, we have these two beautiful photographs of the SS Tilawa. And it looks quite new there based on the condition of the ship, and where it's floating, you can tell that it's not carrying too much weight, but it could handle up to 10,000 tons. 10,000 tons. But when it was traveling for that final time, it was carrying 6,000 tons of cargo. We have another exciting announcement. We have been provided new photographs of the SS Tilawa. Would you like to see them? Thanks to John McAvoy. John McAvoy no longer is alive with us, but his son submitted these photographs. His father, John McAvoy, was part of the renovation construction project. And let's now enjoy looking at some of these pictures. Now, of course, this was before 1942. This was back in 1938 to 39. But can you imagine your loved ones walking around this area? The damage was quite extensive, wasn't it? Some will probably want to see, and have a copy of these pictures. But for now, we will not be releasing them on the website. We're working on a book that will collect all of this together. And we want the book to have a few nice surprises inside it. And so if we just put everything on the website, then there's no surprises. But we wanted you all to see it in person. So look at that. Now, we mentioned the SS Tilawa from 1923. And when you're trying to figure out what Tilawa looks like from various angles and perspectives, it's nice to look at another ship. And the SS Tilawa was that ship. If I didn't tell you that information, you would think that this was the SS Tilawa. You recall earlier we mentioned Lady Elsie McKay, that she was an interior designer. Would you like to see some of her work from the SS Tilawa? On the left side is their smoking room, and on the right side is their music room. She was quite a lady, and she was buried in the area of Glen Ap Castle. That was the family castle in Ayrshire, Scotland. Now, you may recall at the commemoration in Mumbai, that the British Deputy High Commissioner at that time, Mr. Alan Gemmell, he was chief guest at that commemoration. Thanks to him, we now have a Tilawa wreath laid each year. But once he finished his post, he was just elected this year as the Labour Member of Parliament in UK for Ayrshire, Scotland. If we could remind people to switch their phones off, please, that would be great. Thank you. So, Ayrshire, we can now approach politicians like Mr. Gemmell, and we can now try to find maybe some memoirs of Lady Elsie McKay. Did she write something on Tilawa, her day when Tilawa was christened? We don't know, but wouldn't it be nice to try and explore if she has anything left from the Tilawa period that might even just provide some context? Well, we have another exciting announcement. We've only seen pictures of the SS Tilawa, but wouldn't it be nice if a model could be made? Well, we have a treat for you to at least see on the screen. The first ever ship model made of the SS Tilawa in the entire world, made by Historic Marine, located in Mauritius. Would you like to see a video? A photograph. I'm going to show some photographs. Here we go. That is the model. It is absolutely beautiful. It's about 1 meter long, and if you look at, it's big. Yeah, it's big. I mean, for a model ship for the first one, it's absolutely fabulous, and we appreciate the photographs that they provided. It can take 6 months to make a ship model. 6 months, sometimes longer, because they're trying to get accurate information. And on that note, we have no plans, we have no blueprint. There's nothing available. We're trying, we're really trying, so that we can improve models as the years go by. And you know, that's a nice display. Wouldn't it be lovely to see that in a museum or a special exhibit one day? Well, we have another special announcement. Wouldn't it be nice if we had the model here? Can we show it to you? Okay. Mr. Imran Bobbert and Dr. Hanif Musa, please show us the model, the first ship, the SS Tilawa in the entire world. Well, you'll be pleased to... That's wonderful. Okay, we can have the lights off now. So what we'll do is, during the tea break and at the end of the session, we'll put it towards the front of the platform, but we will have some restriction because nobody should touch it, please. You will be pleased to hear, actually, that the model will perhaps be available for an auction, or somebody will have the privilege of buying it. If you are interested in buying this first ever made model, please speak to the SS Tilawa Foundation Committee. These boats, of course, they are a labor of love, they are handmade, and they do cost a fair bit, and any of the money that is made on the ship will simply be used for the cost of this commemoration, and that's as transparent as it gets. But the SS Tilawa Foundation and the Planning Committee wanted me to announce that to all of you, that that opportunity is there, and you may discuss it with them privately later today. Well, what is my connection to the Indian Titanic, to the forgotten tragedy? I'm really happy and excited. It's a great privilege and honor for me to introduce my father, Mukesh Solanki, known as a radio broadcaster in the UK, Kash Kumar, and we're going to have a bit of a father-son interview, which I've never done before. So let's welcome my dad. So I'm just going to call you Dad.
Oh wow, excellent.
Why don't you tell us, you know, what's our connection, what happened, how did you find out about this story?
Yeah, and first of all, just want to welcome you all to the commemoration. Namaste, Kemcho, Salam Alaikum. And yeah, it's great, lovely to see lovely faces today, and to of course do the commemoration, the 82nd here in Durban, South Africa, alongside the SS Tilawa Foundation. So good afternoon. Yeah, so Emil, what is the personal connection to the SS Tilawa? Now, do you know what? I was born in Uganda, Jinja, back in '63, so it gives the age away. And, you know, we emigrated to the UK back in mid-'60s. I must have been about 3 or 4 years old. My family and my two sisters and two sisters were born in Kenya. And for many years, we lived in Leicester. We still live in Leicester, the city of Leicester. Many people migrated in the early 70s after the exodus in Uganda, and they migrated there, but we moved in the early parts or mid-60s. The years went by and I never knew what connection we had to the SS Tilawa. You see my father here on my left. In the middle is my grandfather. Now, I'm not sure at what age he was. His name was Nichabai Chibabai Solanki, and that would be his wife on the other side, my grandmother. But I never knew that the man in the middle was my grandfather. In fact, my father, Ranchodbai Nichabai Solanki, never mentioned it. All those years we were living in the UK, in the city of Leicester, but maybe I would say about 10 years, 8 years before he passed away. There was a photo in the cabinet in the house, and all of a sudden, you know, it's like not seen it before, never seen this photo before, and I just questioned that, Emil. You probably remember that, Emil, when I rang you up in relation to the photograph.
Yeah, I had my Sony Ericsson phone. I was 20 years old. It was October 2007. I'd gone to Toronto. I was there for 3 weeks planning my wedding. I got this random phone call, and it was shocking. It was shocking because I knew Vallabhappa, who I thought was my great grandfather, and that's a picture. Can I have control, please? All right. Nope, still not working. There we are. So, you know, I knew Vallabhappa on the left side. In fact, when my father got married, Vallabhappa gave him a necklace, and then, you know, when I was around 18 years old, became an adult, my father gave that to me. So I always had a love and respect for Vallabhappa. But then, what did we notice about or learn about these two couples?
Okay, so if you look to your left there, we have the lady there who I thought was my real grandmother, and the gentleman there, his name is Vallabhbhai Chibabai Solanki. I thought that couple was my real grandparents because my father never told me that they weren't. So you can imagine when I saw the picture of my grandfather, who's on this side, Nichabai Chibabai, I questioned my father, and he says, yes, that's your real grandfather. And that's when the story came out that Nichabai Chibabai Solanki actually drowned on a ship. He didn't really mention the name, but because my father used to travel a lot from India, Gujarat to Kenya or Uganda. In them days, there was a lot of traveling on the ship. So he mentioned various ships. He may have mentioned Tilawa, but I can't totally remember. But Nichabai sadly drowned. Left a young boy at the age of 8 in the village of Kacholi in Gujarat. That's my grandfather, my father rather. But here's the mystery. Both the ladies there are blood sisters, and the two gentlemen there are blood brothers. So, you know, and this is the reason why at the age of 8 years old, my father was adopted by Vallabhbhai Chibabai Solanki, who I thought, and he still is. We always class him as our grandparents, but for sure, you know, he wasn't, and that's where the journey started to do the research of Tilawa, and I gave the information to Emil, and we spent a good 18 years digging deep to find out all the information. And here we see preserving the identity. It wasn't that we didn't respect Vallabhappa, who brought up my dad, took him to Africa, brought him to England, gave him a wonderful life. But when we found out about Nichabai Chibabai, who drowned, we had a ownership in the family, including my son, who really took the story on board, as you can see. And all these years, 18 years, my father died at the age of 83, but his mission always was to find out about Tilawa. And it's only when I invested in a little cheap laptop, I found the ship photo, I saw the messages and the newspaper clippings of SS Tilawa Foundation, as you see on the screen there, Harun Bhai, and I read the stories and saw the picture, and then there was a passengers list. Now this is where it got really, really excited. I was going through it and I saw the name Nichabai Chibabai. Of course they took the surname out, Solanki. Nevertheless, I was confident that was my grandfather. I showed it to my dad, who was alive at the time, and he was over the moon. This was a very emotional moment. And we wanted more out of him. He used to tell us lots of different short stories, but it didn't add up because remember, his father drowned when my father was 8 years old. So how would he remember things like silver or gold on the ship and so many other facets of the voyage?
Yeah, thank you for those comments. And you know what you won't believe is when you go back to the village of Kocholi and you look at the property tax and the registration of the little hut that belongs to our family. There's loads of receipts and documents with his name, but to have this picture and to see the passenger list at the time when we didn't know what was available in Kocholi, India, this changed our life. The fact that the SS Tilawa Foundation made this available, this changed our life. It's unexplainable the impact that it had on our psyche. It was a turning point. We had a responsibility to respect this real man, a real person with a real family, a husband, a father. We had to restore that line, that lineage. And I just can't believe that through the SS Tilawa Foundation and their website, I remember the first website. Dad, maybe can you tell us about this historic article in the newspaper, and also, you know, what that first SS Tilawa website looked like?
Yeah, I mean, there was a website. We did try to connect. I think there was some glitches there. But reading the story that was put there, as you can see, SS Tilawa, a full story there. I believe that was by Harun, wasn't it? And so forth. And then the pictures, especially the survivors on the boat. They were taken up onto, I believe that's the HMS Birmingham. And to think, wow, these were real survivors. It wasn't just a drawing or a cartoon, but real pictures, which means the story that my father was telling was absolutely true. Because if you think about it, for so many years, nobody spoke about it. In my family, it was a bit of a taboo subject. Nobody mentioned it. Nobody spoke about it. And this gentleman here, his name is Devji Bagabai Solanki. He, I would assume, would be one of the first survivors living in Leicester back in the 70s and sadly passed away in the 80s. Now, these are very close cousins of ours. We would be visiting them daily, but they never spoke about it. But this gentleman was with my grandfather. He survived. Sadly, my grandfather either drowned or what have you, maybe died in the explosion on the ship, I'm not sure. But Devji Bappa, we would call, obviously, elder gentleman, we would visit regularly, but they never spoke about it. They never spoke about it at all in relation to my father growing up or the journey that they had on the ship with my grandfather.
Very good. So to provide some context now, we've now figured out we've got to contact the SS Tilawa Foundation. We couldn't get through. I had to do some detective work years later. I found Mr. Ashraf Rumani on LinkedIn. The mobile number of Harun, in the newspaper was still the same one, 15 odd years later. And then I think, Imran, your email address was amongst some of that. But it was just so nice to finally be connected with all three of you. And, Dad and I also had an opportunity to start digging around. Remember, this was now the most dangerous period to be traveling in. It was the middle of the Second World War, 3 years before the war would end, which they didn't know when it would end, and 5 years before the end of British rule. So what was going on in 1942? Germany starts to suffer setbacks, in this case Stalingrad. Singapore falls to the Japanese. The Americans start to get involved in the war. There was a big turning point there in the Pacific. Remember Gandhi's famous do or die speech in August, just 3 months or so before Tilawa's last voyage, and that Quit India resolution was passed by Congress. And in that context, now when people are traveling to and fro, they should have been protected. Tilawa should have been protected. HMS Birmingham was one of the ships that would provide safe passage. They would kind of chaperone these various ships with precious cargo, especially precious cargo. But on this occasion, when Tilawa left Bombay, there was no escort. HMS Birmingham, for instance, had already left. Tilawa was alone. It was a sitting duck. Dad, this was a nice surprise that you shared with me. Tell me about this picture, please.
Yeah, this is interesting. If you look at the picture very closely, I mean, me and Emil spent hours, day in, day out, you know, way into the evenings researching about the SS Tilawa. You know, we could not find much information. We used to do word searches, submarine, Japanese, attack, Indian Ocean. And all of a sudden we came up with I-29. I quickly rang Emil up. Of course, he's 5 hours behind. He lives in Toronto. And I said, check this out. I-29 is the submarine. I found the photo, is the submarine that attacked SS Tilawa. And we did more research. We found various videos. And then I came across this picture. This is the crew that destroyed SS Tilawa. Now you can imagine many moons ago when I found that, we spent hours and hours and hours talking about this. And I was more intrigued by the couple of people at the front there. I don't know if anybody can notice who that is. If you're into history and so forth, if you've studied, any recollections? Well, who's heard of Subhash Chandra Bose? Yeah. So you would have to do some personal study into that. In fact, there's some great stuff on Netflix at the moment in documentary. But that's Subhash Chandra Bose, because as you know, he went to see Hitler, then he gave him safe passage down. Back in 1943, April thereabouts, he then did the transfer from a U-boat onto the I-29, and that's the crew that took him out to safe passage. Of course, his life was under threat at the time. We won't go too much into the politics and history, but that's the famous national leader, Subhash Chandra Bose. That was a big find for us, and what connection there was. He probably didn't know that that particular crew destroyed the SS Tilawa and killed 280 Indians.
Yeah, just 5 months before. Yeah, just very, very incredible. Yeah, and it was the same commander too, from Tilawa. These pictures, which the SS Tilawa Foundation are going to tell us more about later, but when we saw these pictures on their website, and at the top there you've got HMS Birmingham and SS on the left and SS Carthage on the right. But through our research, we learned that, thank goodness, that HMS Birmingham got the signal to come and have the rescue. They spent nearly 2 days searching the waters from the southwest of the coordinates to the northeast of the Tilawa coordinates, and records tell us that, there were people on rafts and in lifeboats that drifted and they couldn't get to them. So it's one thing to be on a ship and sink and die, and you're stuck in your cabin or something like that. You just go down with the ship. It's another thing if you were actually on a plank or in a lifeboat on a raft and you're waiting. There's no food. Maybe there was a little tin or so that the lifeboats had. Maybe there's no water. You try to drink from the ocean, but you're vomiting it out. It's tough. And then out of exhaustion, what was that like to just give up or just expire because nobody came for you? So for us, we don't know if our great-grandfather Nichabapa died with the ship or if he was one drifting and just never got picked or found. Now, during that time, there were people who heard about Tilawa, and then because of that, Uncle Haroon had one yesterday of someone that heard about it, but then they didn't go on it. Here is one, Bud Sayani from the Ismaili community in Toronto. He passed away sadly. He had a very successful law practice in Toronto, but he was raised, most of his childhood was raised Uganda, and he says that he actually was meant to go back to India, and when his father heard of what happened to the Tilawa, it wasn't a secret. When his father heard of the Tilawa, they decided not to go back. There was another email that came just 2 days ago, from Mr. Praveen Palmer. He lost cousins, he doesn't know their names, but distant cousins who were on the ship. And again, his father was meant to go, got there, his cousins were able to get a ticket, get space, but Praveen's father couldn't get a ticket. And he was of course grateful later. But here's what Praveen says: look, the story of SS Tilawa has always fascinated me. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about it. So I wanted to mention him. Now, it wasn't always a deep, dark secret, because here is the Indian Information newspaper from 1947. So 5 years later, just a couple of months before independence from British rule. And it says here in the newspaper, over the last 5 years, the government of India have been pursuing inquiries in Southeast Asia, where the Japanese, in an effort to trace survivors of ship, country, craft lost in Indian waters during the war. It is a matter for regret, however, that no information whatsoever has become available, said a press note by the Commonwealth Relations Department, Government of India. There was some resistance there, which we'll speak about later, and we'll show you in some documents as to why it was difficult to get access to information. There was also reports, Mr. Mervyn Maciel said that back then there were rumors that some Tilawa passengers were taken to places like Singapore or Tokyo as prisoners, and the Japanese made those announcements on radio. Maybe it was a bit of a scare, because this newspaper article says that they investigated this report and it proved baseless. We would agree with that conclusion. Questions that you'll see on our website. Why did the Japanese attack passengers? Or why did the Japanese attack passengers? Did the Japanese know about the precious cargo on board? Was Tilawa a military threat? Did Tilawa contribute to the war effort? As a merchant ship, why was Tilawa authorized to carry passengers? Remember, during the war. Why did Tilawa not have an escort or have its route patrolled for enemy attack? What happened between the first and second torpedo? Is there anything in particular the captain of Tilawa or the commander of the I-29 Japanese submarine said or did that is a key factor in this incident? Were the lifeboats and rafts on Tilawa adequate? Could more lives have been saved? Does the recent discovery of the ship reveal any clues? Are there any classified documents that could provide further insights? Because we have some. Could this tragedy have been prevented? Now, Dad, in 2012, this was the last time that I saw my grandfather, July 22nd, and he made a request.
Yeah, this is interesting. 2012 and final request. It's quite an emotional picture, especially for Emil, because I believe we went to India, right? Just before that.
Just after.
Oh, well, just after, right. And that would have been the last time you saw your grandfather. But during that period, we used to speak about the ship. We got to find the details about it, and you had a very strong bonding with your grandfather, and he used to speak to you more to you than me. Those finer details by him growing up, about the Tilawa, his real father who drowned, and the mission was to go out there, find the ship, and find his body. And that's the sort of discussion he used to have with Emil.
Yeah, and of course, it was a nice thought. But who has 15-20 million US dollars to go out there? And as you'll see, what equipment you actually need to even find a wreck. So Dad, 2020 Daily Mail news article.
This is interesting again, if you like us who love researching about the history of Tilawa, and we will take every opportunity. You know, when you've got a mission, when you're trying to find something, you'll do and spend your time day in, day out, and all of a sudden, one of the picture, if you see this Ross Hyatt, Mr. Ross Hyatt, he's a sportsman of motorsports, not F1, but just not far from Leicester in Derby, and he actually found the ship. I forget the year. He found the ship, and I think that really got us excited, didn't it?
Yes, because there's only so much research you can do, but when a high profile, and we'll explain why in a moment, but when a high profile discovery like this takes place, it raises the profile of that particular situation, and it's leverage. It's something that we actually needed to rekindle that interest and to resurrect serious pursuit. You also learn that the media and the press world don't pay attention to accuracy like they used to. And it's so frustrating because sometimes they'll come to you and ask for information, and you try to provide that information, and then they don't kind of get you to proofread it. And so we've kind of been following this journey along carefully, because at the beginning they called Ross Hyatt a treasure hunter, but he's not. They said Ross Hyatt was the one who performed this salvage service. No, he's not. Said he was the owner of Argentum. No, he's not. So who is he? Well, he's just an administrator. He's a director of Argentum Exploration that is funded by Anthony Clake and Sir Paul Marshall. And yes, they provide a salvage service. And there's nothing wrong in providing expertise maritime service, because many governments are interested in getting their silver, their gold, their treasures back, and they have no problem paying for those services, and the UK would be one example of that. So let's kind of get into kind of the silver for a moment, because firstly, we were excited that my grandfather's dream came true. It costs 100,000 US dollars every day just to go out there and maintain the fuel, the crew, things like that. So Argentum Exploration, it's a British company, from 2012 to 2014, they decided that they were going to go and find Tilawa. Now, Odyssey Marine Exploration is an American company, and they actually had a bit of an acquaintance with the Republic of South Africa. And they go to the Republic of South Africa and they say, would you like us to get your silver for you? And the Republic of South Africa, they weren't really interested. They didn't want to put money into this. Well, Odyssey Marine Exploration, they do this all the time. So they said, look, if we get the silver for you, why don't you give us 80% of the value? And, we should be able to cover our cost, between 10 to $20 million. Well, it didn't really happen. In the meantime, Argentum beat them to it, went out there, didn't tell them, and when you go and do salvage, you've got to choose which country are you going to go to declare the goods, which country is more favorable to ensure that you get paid for your services. Well, Argentum decided that the UK was. So they get to the receiver of wreck in Southampton, and the receiver of wreck, what's their job? Find the owner, notify them. Now, that's where things get interesting, and we'll come back to that in a moment. But this is serious business. Argentum actually hired a company called Deep Ocean Search. Now, National Geographic just released an incredible documentary on the Endurance Shackleton story. And Deep Ocean Search were the ones that specialize in surveys of ships, wreck sites, and salvage operations and things like that. That is exactly what happened here. So, what do we see on our screen? Deep Ocean Search, they do a survey of Tilawa, And then Deep Ocean Search, on behalf of Argentum, hire a company, Squire Seabed. The Squire Seabed is that ship on the left side. And what is the purpose of that ship? Perform salvage operations. These are the robotic machineries that you need to go down, visit a wreck, scan a wreck, and then actually collect items. You go down there, you'd blow up into powder. I mean, it's just, this is 2.8 miles deep. 2.8 miles, 4,500 meters deep. Can you imagine how excited their team was when they saw this first image of the Tilawa? And what do you learn from that image? That the wreck was intact. It was not broken in half like, you know, people were dreaming about. It landed as one piece. So salvors kind of like that because it makes it a little bit more easy to navigate where they're going to take their robotics. And finally, after a few months in 2017, they were able to find the ship. And there's a plate. Now, you know, they haven't released a full picture, but when they saw Tilawa inscribed on the ship, that was quite something. They went into mail room number 1, mail room number 2. They couldn't find the silver. They had to dismantle and cut through and as Mr. Ashraf likes to describe, disturb a war grave to go through. And once they got to the opium room, they found that pile of silver. Now, government of India in Bombay would sell silver bullion. They sold silver bullion to the Republic of South Africa. 2,391 bars, 80 tons of silver. Deep Ocean Search were able to salvage 60 tons, valued at about $40 million US. So 60 tons, 2,364. So yes, 27 bars are unaccounted for that they couldn't find or they didn't disclose. I mean, we don't know. But can you imagine picking up one of these bars? Do you know how much they weigh? 1,100 ounces. 1,100 ounces. And look at these guys sitting on them. They're sitting on $42 million US right there. That's what $42 million can look like. So now, why does this become a legal issue? Unprecedented around the world. It would change salvor history. Republic of South Africa needed to fund this lawsuit. Who paid for it? It's our understanding that Odyssey Marine Exploration that went to them in the beginning funded the lawsuit. And so they went to the UK High Court and they lost. They were trying to claim state immunity, that because we're a government property, government ship, we don't need to pay for your services. So they lost. They did win the fact that they were the owners of the silver, which is still questionable during British Empire days, but they did win the fact that they were owners of the silver, but they lost the claim. So they had to pay Argentum to get their silver back, but they lost because Argentum was able to argue that it was a commercial ship intended for commercial usage. That silver, 80% of that was for South African coinage and 20% of that was intended for Egyptian coinage. So Sir Nigel Tier ruled in favor of Argentum. Well, the Republic of South Africa were not happy with that, so they appealed to the Court of Appeals. But it was that first defeat that initiated that news article in 2020 in the Daily Mail. It was a bit of a victory for Argentum, that in the UK you will get paid if you perform a salvage for a government. Well, they lost again. So the Republic of South Africa appealed to the UK Supreme Court one final time. Third time lucky? They won. The Republic of South Africa won. The justices concluded that the interpretation of in use, and intended for use were misapplied by Argentum's defense. So let's get this right, just so we don't confuse you. When you take property from a wreck site and you decide where you're going to declare it, you have two types of claims, in rem or in personam. In rem means I found something, but I don't have an agreement with the owner, but I want to get paid for it. In personam means declaring something, I have an agreement with the owner, they're going to pay me. We're all good. Argentum claimed in rem, and the justices concluded that, you know, it doesn't matter if it was a commercial ship. That was just a method of delivery. But it was intended, and it doesn't matter if it was in use at the time or intended for use in the future, but it was a sovereign act, and it was a sovereign item, and it was a sovereign transaction. Argentum didn't know if they were going to win, but they thought that they might get lucky because they won twice already on British home soil. And the Republic of South Africa thought, well, it's still 50-50, what are we going to do? So they settled 2 weeks before they settled. And, nobody knows the details of that settlement. But don't get any bright ideas, because people think, money, compensation. It belongs to the Treasury, right? Which I guess as taxpayers you're thinking, well, then it belongs to us too. I kind of get that as I say it out loud. But nevertheless, what happened to the silver bars? 2,364 silver bars, 60 tons of silver bullion is over 2.1 million ounces. So 800,000 of that, 800,000 ounces, was smelted into a commemorative series, as you see here on the right side of the screen. And 75 bars were put on the market, as you see on your left. And then 200 bars were lasered so that the top faceplate could be sold with the original inscriptions and the Bombay Mint stamp. That was against the agreement. The agreement with Argentum was, you gotta smelt everything, except for 2 silver bars. You gotta give that to the Republic of South Africa. Now, Mr. Salim here was trying, I wish I had an exciting announcement of that, but I don't, I'm sorry. But Mr. Salim was really trying with, was it the South African Mint, to bring one of those bars here, the reserve, to bring one of those bars here. But here's a funny story. There's an email to Mr. Salim saying that the Republic of South Africa, the key department, can't find the bar. They don't know where it is. I think someone did a runner. But Mr. Salim is on the mission to find the missing bars again. Now, I know that some here and in general feel uncomfortable with the subject of silver and money and profiteering off dead people and a traumatic incident, and I share that opinion. But I also share another perspective, that an artifact is an artifact. And since I'm never going to have the opportunity to physically touch the wreck site or have any physical contact with my great-grandfather, it would still be nice to use the silver as one of many symbols, and to use the silver to get the word out there and to raise awareness. I agree with Uncle Haroon that we shouldn't spend so much time in general talking about silver. But because it's still fresh news, we're kind of still educating people about it, and now the silver is available. So here is, can I have control please for a moment? Thank you. here is a picture of our family raising funds to get one of those original silver plates, and with the commemorative series of those silver coins at 1/4 ounce, 1/2 ounce, and 1 ounce, both as a little bar or as little coins or rounds as they call them. So there is a real piece of Tilawa silver, and that was a big deal for my son and I. Now my son is only 6, but I have to say Luca is a smart, sharp cookie, and I'm not just saying that because of being his father, but I asked him if he wanted to send a message to you all because he's missed both of the previous commemorations. He really wanted to be here today, really wanted to be here. But would you like to hear a little message from him? Okay, let's play that, please.
Our heritage it feels like our heritage is like so strong.
That's beautiful.
And then I feel like I'm touching the real boat.
Yeah, there you are. So Luca, we played your video, and everybody here in South Africa says hello. So, you know, my father and I, from a Tilawa 1942 perspective, from a global perspective, we wanted to do our part to create a comprehensive resource, a website and social media where anything to do with Tilawa and recent developments could all be put in one place and be maintained. And so we did that. And it, like the SS Tilawa website, has actually got good traction. And over the many years, we've been able to get the media and the press world involved. We've actually gone to the press club as well in India, actually with the Jani family, which was a really cool experience. And it was so nice that the Times of India have given us several opportunities as well. And from one photograph, now we have many photographs, and these are just some of them. But as we get to hear your stories, we see that there is a strong connection to the continent of Africa. We have stories from Mozambique, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Uganda, Kenya, and of course South Africa. And it's also lovely when you get acknowledgement from King Charles III and the previous Indian Prime Minister's office, Rishi Sunak. And these are the types of results that have come from our efforts. Now, we are going to keep moving forward with our content, but I wanted to ask my dad some questions on how did we get to the point of the 80th commemoration, and who helped us, and why was this so special for all of us here?
Yeah, absolutely. And you probably noticed that building there. Does anybody know what that building is? You may have seen it in a movie recently. Yeah, okay. With Shah Rukh Khan dancing outside that. Now, that's the Grand Hotel at the Ballard Estate, Ballard Pier in Mumbai. So whilst we're doing our research, and it's funny enough, a year before we knew the following year would be 80 years of the Tilawa disaster, and we were just itching to do something. The first point of call when I was having discussions with Emil was we need to have a memorial, we need to have something in Bombay or maybe Gujarat, maybe a model of a ship or something. So we were really thinking big, but that wasn't possible to get the rights to do that. There's so much legal implications. So then we decided to have a gathering, and I noticed on Facebook or another social platform, the Mumbai Museum Society, was it Mumbai Museum Society?
Maritime Mumbai Museum
Maritime,
Society.
okay.
Yep.
And I contacted them. They didn't really come back to me, but they were advertising a lecture online. So I put my name down. It was a lecture about another particular ship, but after that they realized there was somebody from London listening. They contacted me. I gave them the information about SS Tilawa. They have never heard of it. These are people who are captains of ships, but they never heard of the SS Tilawa. And so then I gave the information to Emil, he contacted them, and since then we've been going backward and forward to kind of like put together the first ever commemoration like today. But where? Not just in London where I'm living or in Toronto, but in Mumbai. I have no clue about Bombay. What the Ballard Estate, the Ballard Pier, but we had to do deep research and go to a place where there was some emotion connection, A, to the passengers, B, to the ship, and the survivors. And so, you know, we continued and we put everything together with the help of the Grand Hotel. We had to obviously fund it ourselves. But we see three pictures here. I think that's Captain Bal, is that right, in the middle?
Yeah, so on the left is the retired Vice Admiral of the Indian Navy, I.C. Rao. Then we have the President. I.C. Rao is the founder of the museum too, which is why he's there. The president of the museum is Captain Kapil Dev Bahal, and then the vice president, who is just awesome with operations, is Anita Yawali. And we were so touched that the Janis were with us. Arvind Bhai was with us. But one of the key highlights that came out of this was when the British Deputy High Commissioner, Mr. Alan Gemmell from Ayrshire, Scotland, was actually committing the first Tilawa wreath to be laid at the British High Commission every November. And they have kept to that commitment last year and then this year. And here are some photographs of the Maritime Museum, Mumbai Society, representing all of you, representing all of us, because we can't do that. We can't do that. And I just want to share some other news with you. I was pleading, it's so difficult to get politicians to come to these types of events. We got an email on Friday that the British Deputy High Commissioner in Pretoria couldn't make it. I have asked them if, sorry, that was not an exciting announcement either, but I had asked them if they would make the same commitment as the British High Commission in India, and I am waiting for an answer. But wouldn't that be a really nice goal to achieve here in South Africa? So then the SS Tilawa Foundation can go to the British High Commission in South Africa to lay a wreath and kind of use that to branch out. Now, Vice Admiral I.C. Rao could not be with us today. Let's hear a video message from him.
The Tilawa tragedy of 1942 left many families bewildered, without any information regarding the loss of their near and dear ones. The Solanki family has taken great pains to collect information from a wide variety of sources and make it available to the descendants of those who lost their lives and to the survivors still living today. This has enabled the families to come to terms with the tragedy and understand the events which follow. The commemoration of the tragedy of the 80th and 81st anniversaries in Mumbai and London is now being followed by a commemoration at Durban on 23rd November this year. This will be a fit recognition of the forbearance of the intrepid and immigrant families who suffered grievous loss due to no fault of their own. I commend the Solanki family and in particular Emil for the collaboration with the SS Tilawa Foundation of South Africa in organizing this current event, which will bring closure to the current generation affected by the tragedy. I wish the event success in achieving its objectives.
Thank you, Admiral, and we know that you're watching this, and we send you greetings from South Africa. Now, Dad, we're going to peruse through these slides, but there were some highlights from our time in Mumbai, so just some quick, 5-second, 10-second comments on what do we see here?
Yeah, I mean, of course, when we were planning the first ever commemoration, the 80th, we needed to know where to have the commemoration, where would be the ideal spot, and of course the Grand Hotel was at the port in Mumbai. This is where the SS Tilawa would have been stationed before our loved ones would have gone on the ship. This place is still there. They now have started cruises in Mumbai, etc. But this is the area of where the SS Tilawa would have been stationed, and the passengers, our family and friends, would have gone on.
And when we could not get to the Greenwich Maritime Museum and the Grand Hotel said yes, remember we spoke about first class and second class, so personnel on the ship, families with some wealth most probably were staying at the Grand Hotel here. We mentioned McKinnon and Mackenzie. Remember that building? Well, my father was able to go into that building where the agents would be organizing the tickets and voyages, and what was it like to be inside there?
Absolutely. This was awe-inspiring, and we weren't allowed, but luckily somebody fixed it up for us to go inside. This is very an area where you can't go in. It's not for tourists, but we managed to get in, look around, and for us it was so important to get the emotion of the passengers' journey. They would have gone in to collect their tickets and so forth, to actually see that this building still exists now since the 40s.
Yeah, that's right. And if we now go on to another very special development, tell us about where we thought before the Grand Hotel the commemoration would be, but then how that turned into another nice surprise.
Yeah, initially there's a place called the Sailors Club. I believe that's to do with Prince Charles, going back in those days. This is where the Indian sailors would live. They would port there before they sail off to their adventures. So it still exists. The Sailors Club is still there. It's a private club for ex-sailors and sailors. But it wasn't the right kind of area for our guests to have the 80th anniversary. But anyway, if you look at the picture there, we're doing some research with Captain Bal, and they had a memoir, you could say, of all the passengers of various ships that used to in Mumbai, and within that book we found names of the crew of the SS Tilawa. That was a great finding, and it's like a monument, a memorial for those who perished as well, and soldiers, you could say.
Yes, and on that note, Uncle Haroon often talks about the passenger list and how we should do more to find names of personnel on the Tilawa. And this was a great example because this is what you see in the room. Around the walls is the memorial for the Great War, but this chest with the book inside is the Second World War memorial with names of personnel on Tilawa, and that got us thinking about memorials. So let's try to make an interesting connection here, because now with the Commonwealth War Grave Society, Chittagong and London and now India as well, and Hong Kong, you've got these memorials with Tilawa names inside these books. And in that bottom picture, that's where Bina and her father and the rest of the family were in that ITV news piece, and they were able to see Tilawa, Glasgow. These are the names of some of the personnel. So this actually probably is the first ever historical memorial plaque dedicated to Tilawa. Now you understand why it says Glasgow, and why don't we pick one person, the radio officer, E.B. Duncan, age 43, died with the ship. Why is he a very special person? Someone that all of us here should be very grateful for what he did. Unlike the captain who apparently jumped and did a runner into one of the first lifeboats, E.B. Duncan, a radio officer was sending out distress calls over and over again until he went down with the ship. He died with Tilawa. If it wasn't for what he did, HMS Birmingham would not have made a successful rescue operation. They wouldn't have known about it, let alone be able to go there in time. And remember, when you're late, you're drifting and drifting and drifting. So, isn't it amazing that a king's special honor, King George VI, we never would have thought that this acknowledgement took place. But 2 years later, E.B. Duncan received the King's Commendation for Brave Conduct. That was the award that he received. Isn't that incredible? Now, Mr. Pravin Jivan was a son of a survivor, and he couldn't be here today, but he has been a great collaborator with SS Tilawa Foundation and Tilawa 1942, and he made a video. It's actually very special. Have a look.
Guys, in the morning today, what a better place to do a video message than come to this monument where 12,000 merchant ships are being laid to rest. That's where Tilawa is. Memorial Tilawa. Can you see? This is the memorial for Tilawa here. I come here to say a few words and put remembrance for Tilawa. Sorry I'm not with you tonight, and instead I'm freezing here in London. There are so many families in Durban. It will probably take me 1 month to meet them all. Wish you all the best. I'd like to thank Emil and his father Kash for pursuing and putting Tilawa in the world map. I would also like to thank Harun Bhai for his effort in organizing this event. So sorry I'm not with you, but I wish you all the best. My father's story, as he told us, is in a video following this short message, and I hope it is played as it is and not edited in any way. My other, I like to write poems, and I have a short song for Tilawa, but it's incomplete, and I hope that I will be able to complete it next year. It goes like this. Tilawa, Tilawa, ye kaisa hai karwan. Tilawa, Tilawa, बीच भंवर में हुआ था एक हादसा. Tilawa, Tilawa, है कैसा ये कारवां. Thank you. Enjoy your day.
He insisted that we play the following video.
One more.
This is Keith Vaz. I am so sorry that I cannot be with you for the celebrations of the achievements of the Tilawa.
So that particular, the second half of that video, there's something that follows that.
What a better place to do a video message than
Hello, my name is Arvind Ghani. I am now 85 years old, and I am one of the 3 survivors.
It's the same one as before, but once you see that writing, it should follow after that writing. It's the same province you've been in. It's inside that video on the second half.
Guys, in the morning today, what a better place to do a video message than come to this morning, the fatal night of Durban. My father.
Yeah, so you can just start playing it from here. Thank you.
This is the story about my father, Mr. Moraj Jivan, who was traveling on the ship called SS Tilawa in November 2020. The ship was transporting mostly Indian national en route to Mombasa, Maputo and Durban. The ship was carrying silver bullion to South Africa. The Japanese wanted to capture the ship for the valuable it was carrying. On the fatal night of 23rd November 1942, the ship was torpedoed by Japanese submarine. The first torpedo wrecked the ship in half. My father didn't know how to swim. So after securing the life jacket, he was trying to figure out how to save himself. The ship had multiple mini-boats for rescuing passengers at the time. Unfortunately, my father noticed that people were rushing to get onto them, some resulting into more than allocated numbers, which made it sink straight away. There was confusion on the ship. My father started wandering from deck to deck. He noticed the passengers on upper deck with cabins were locked into their cabins as the locks were jammed due to the torpedo. My father took the fire axe and tried to smash the door. It took him a long time to open a couple of cabins. In panic, he left to search for his own escape. Then he saw a crew member pushing a raft onto the water. My father saw this opportunity and jumped into the ocean. At first he went straight in, but floated back to the top again as he was wearing the life jacket. Luckily, the raft was at his arm's length. With a great struggle, he managed to climb on it. There were passengers swimming in the water. My father pulled them one by one onto the raft. He saw a lady hanging on the rope and managed to rescue her as well. In total, he pulled about 20 passengers onto the raft. The raft had two tins, one with the water and other with the biscuits. Slowly, the raft started to drift away from the ship. As they were about 400 meters from the ship, the second and the ship SS Tilawa sank, leaving total darkness and just water all around. No one talked to each other, just total silence. The waves were sometimes going over them. They were fully soaked with water. On the third morning, they saw something like a bird on the sky. They thought the shore must be near. In fact, it was a rescue plane. The plane went in search of survivors. It signaled a rescue ship which came to pick them up. No one could get up as the legs were frozen. They were all lifted by the crane straight into the hot tub. They were brought back to Mumbai. The lady whom my father pulled from the hanging rope unfortunately passed away. She had a sea burial. I used to hear this story from my father. As a child, I could.
Thank you very much, Pravin Bhai. And that is something that we should also take away from this commemoration, the usage of artificial intelligence to now try to recreate some of the scenes. Okay, so very briefly, Dad, what were the highlights of the commemoration last year in London?
Yeah, after the success of the first one in Mumbai, of course we had to do the second one, and where better but to have it in London. But that was a bit of a challenge as well, to organize it. As soon as Mumbai finished, we had to start planning for the 81st commemoration. So we looked at different venues, but we thought bang in the middle of London somewhere at a museum would be ideal. So we had to do a lot of correspondence, and finally the Maritime Museum in Greenwich allowed us to have it there. They really supported us, and it was a very successful event.
Yeah, it was, and we were so grateful that the SS Tilawa Foundation supported that. Uncle Haroon was able to participate, and it was lovely to see Uncle Haroon with the two survivors, the two known survivors at that point, with Mr. Mervyn Maciel. We now actually have the opportunity, we have a couple of exciting announcements before that. I should ask my father to also contribute to the 82nd anniversary this year, 2024. What plans do we have for next month, Sunday, December 8th?
Yeah, so if you think about it, to educate our young ones, and in particular in Gujarat, there were many people who traveled onto the ship, and there were many families, as you've seen today in the commemoration. And I thought, well, one way to educate is through sports. And me and Emil decided to organize a cricket event. This is education through sports. It's going to be done north of Navsari in Gujarat, if anybody's knowledgeable about Navsari. And the youngsters there in India love their cricket. In fact, all the Asian countries do. In fact, in England as well. So we've decided to have a cricket match. This is to teach the younger ones in relation to the SS Tilawa, the knowledge, and you never know who we're going to find through this. Maybe they know family members in Gujarat who have maybe families who are on the ship, because there were many families, and we haven't even scratched the surface yet. So it's going to be done at the famous Jamson Cricket Stadium in a couple of weeks. It's a Sunday, so I'm looking forward to hosting about 300 families there, and we have 8 teams playing. It's going to be an amazing evening, or afternoon rather, but of course there is a serious point to it, and that is to educate the youngsters in relation to the tragedy of SS Tilawa back in 1942.
Thank you. Now we have another exciting announcement. When is the next commemorative event going to be?
Okay, so many viewing on the YouTube as well, so good afternoon to you there in London in particular. They are 2 hours behind. So next year we've decided between father and son the ideal place. Now this is going to be in a city where we have one survivor living in England. When I say England, but in a particular city. We already have Bina's father, who's 83 now, I believe, in southeast London. But we've already had a commemoration that was last year in London. Next year, we're going to the vibrant city of Leicester. Sunday, 23rd of November, at the People's Centre Theatre. This is where Mr. Osman, who is now, I believe, 90 plus, he is a survivor. He was about 8 years old. I met him recently. He came on my radio show as well. His mother survived. His 3-year-old brother survived as well. So Mr. Osman, and remember, not just Mr. Osman, but we have a connection to Tilawa through my father, our uncles as well, and also there was another gentleman, Mr. Devji Baga Solanki, who passed away in, I believe, in early 80s. So there is a massive connection to the SS Tilawa. So I'm really proud to announce that next year it will be on this day in Leicester. So you're all invited. Book your tickets now. It's a beautiful city, full of Asians, and the month of November it's all lit up because of various festivals going on, and it's a beautiful place. If you like your food, that's the place to be. And you can all visit the studio where I work as well.
Well, this has been a good interview. Thank you so much for everything that you've done and that you continue to do.
Fantastic. And I just want to say, really proud of Emil to be supporting the family, to get the mission of many, many years ago. And this is where we are today, because we have not let up, we have not given up. And if you lovely people have any kind of stories, please do contact us. You never know. No story is, small enough. We want to hear from you, and I'm sure the SS Tilawa Foundation would love to as well. But Emil, thanks very much. Amazing.
We're now going to have an opportunity to hear from some of the survivors and those that were alive during that time in 1942. But before we do that, let's hear from the Right Honourable Mr. Keith Vaz, who was a well-known politician in the UK for many, many years. He served in Tony Blair's government, and from the beginning of our journey, he actually has been very supportive, and he was eager to send a message to you today.
This is Keith Vaz. I am so sorry that I cannot be with you for the celebrations of the achievements of the TILAWA Foundation in Durban in South Africa. I had the pleasure of being present in Greenwich last year when Emil, Solanki and Mukesh organized what I regard as the seminal occasion, the opportunity for all of us to honor those who died in the tragedy of TILAWA, but also to recognize the ongoing campaign to ensure that a proper tribute is fashioned for them. I would love that to be in Leicester, my hometown, but if not, I hope it'll be somewhere else in the world. I want to pay tribute to Emil Mukesh, the Durban TILAWA Commemoration Committee that's put this amazing event together. It is a credit to you for the hard work that you put in. I hope very much to attend the next celebration and to continue to play my part in ensuring that we remember those who are the real heroes of the TILAWA, not just those who sadly no longer are with us, but those who survived that tragedy and who lived to tell us their story. This is our tribute to them. I hope you have a wonderful celebration.
Thank you, Mr. Vaz. And I noticed some of you, if you're getting a little bit of fatigue, the program was designed to end around 5:30. Because we started a little bit late, it might drag on to 5:45. So please, if you need to have a break, we will be having a tea break shortly. There are some video messages that unfortunately we will have to cut out, but the tea break of 15 minutes will be shortly, and then we're going to have an opportunity to interview the SS Tilawa Foundation and some of the families here. The aim was to start at 2 and finish by 5, but we are running about half an hour late. But I'll talk to the members during the tea break, because we also don't want you to get bored and fall asleep. Let's hear from some of the survivors that wanted to send a message to you all, and then we'll have our tea break, if that's okay. And if we could just stay a little bit quiet, please, for those that are actually interested in hearing, would really appreciate the silence. Thank you. So Bina's dad, Arvind Bhai Jani, he's now 85. He sent a message for this commemoration.
Hello, my name is Arvind Jani. I am now 85 years old, and I am one of the 3 survivors of the SS Tilawa, which was sung in 1942 by the Japanese in the Second World War. And I was only 3 years old, so what my mom did was to just tie me at the back and tie with the sari so that I cannot fall down. And then she jumped into the lifeboat, which was the last one on the, and the lifeboat went on the side, which was really lucky because the ship sunk on this side. If she was sunk this side, then they would have taken our boat, and I would not have survived. So I'm really very thankful to my mom for just saving me, and all of us, and God pray that she just have a good peace. I was lucky I was there in London and Bombay when the commemoration done. And now I'm sorry I cannot come because, my daughter Bina is doing the rest of the ceremony there. And then please, thanks a lot for all of you to remembering that SS Tilawa and my memory of my mother and myself.
Thank you so much, Arvind Bhai. We appreciate it so much. Let's now hear from Mrs. Tej Prakash Mangat from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Good evening. My name is Tej Prakash Kaur Mangat, and I am a survivor of the 1942 Tilawa tragedy. I wish I was able to be with you this evening to pay my respects to those souls that perished along with my mother and 3 brothers. I would like to thank Mr. Harun Kar Muhammad, Emil and Kash Kumar for everything they have done to make sure this tragedy is never forgotten. Thank you. Good night.
Now, we were going to play Mr. Chotu Kushal's recollection. He was 98, he passed away last year, but we did share his interview last year, and you can find that online. So let's go to the recent survivor who came to us after the London commemoration, Mr. Gaffer Osman Ayub, age 92.
તો અત્યારે મેડિકલ ગ્રાઉન્ડ ઉપર આવી શકું એમ નથી અને મારા 22 તારીખે તો સ્કેન છે આપણે નવેમ્બરમાં, એટલે હું તો બહુ દિલગીર છું. મારે ખાસ મારો વિચાર હતો અને આવવાનો, પણ અફસોસ મને થાય છે કે હું આવી શકું એમ નથી. મને બસ એટલું છે કે એ લોકોએ બહુ સારો ભોગ આપ્યું છે અને જે કર્યું છે એ અમે અહીંયા આવવાના હતા લાસ્ટ ટાઈમ લંડનમાં, અમને ખબર ન હતી બરાબર, એટલે આવી ન શક્યા. બાકી અમને એમ થાય છે કે દે આર ડુઈંગ ગુડ જોબ, અને I congratulate them, the team, Tilawa group. I congratulate them and have success and Ilanumbai, whom I know very well, and all the members of Tilawa group.
Thank you so much. Our dear friend Mr. Mervyn Maciel, very active in our Tilawa 1942 group, 96 years old, in hospital right now, dealing with some very difficult health issues. He was planning to watch. Mervyn, we love you so much, and we thank you for your love, care and support and your endurance due to your personal family circumstances and what you had to go through as a young man. Let's listen to Mervyn's video message.
Distinguished guests, members of the Tilawa 1942 committee, ladies and gentlemen, I can't tell you how disappointed I am not to be with you today as you meet together to honor our fallen family members who were so brutally caught up in the Tilawa tragedy in November 1942. I can assure you that though I'm miles away from you, I'm very much with you all in spirit. Thanks so much to the Herculean and selfless efforts of people like Cash, of Emil and Haroon. The memory of our loved ones has been preserved. We had the first commemoration in Mumbai 2 years ago. The second one was in London, where I was privileged to meet and hear from many of the family, giving me first-hand accounts of their family who were lost. In my own case, as some of you may know, I lost 5 members of my family, my dad, my stepmother, and 3 very young children, aged from 3 years to 1 year. It was a blow I find difficult to even contain today. We have honored our loved ones, initially in Bombay, then in London, and today in Durban. And it's my wish that we continue to honor our fallen family members who were caught up in this terrible tragedy, which has received little or no recognition to this day. We need to put that right, and we need to ensure that the memories of these fallen comrades is never lost. Occasions like this are always tinged with sadness, but I know our loved ones would be pleased to know that we have kept the flag flying, and we are still working hard to see that their efforts and their sacrifices are recognized. I will now conclude by quoting from a poem by Lawrence Benyon. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mervyn. Now, time for a tea break. What I wanted to ask the committee members is, how long would you like the tea break for? We've got the interview with the SS Tilawa Foundation and with our family members here. So would you say 4:45? You want to make the announcement? Imran, please make the announcement. Thank you.
We just want to thank everyone for your patience. It's not easy sitting through lots and lots of content, but this is a very special day, and we're so glad that you've been patient with us. We're going to have a short break, tea and something to drink and something to eat, and then probably which I believe the most exciting part of this afternoon is going to be to interview these guys. Please don't leave. Please come back in 15 minutes, and let's end very nicely. Thank you.
This kind of one, is that okay?
Yeah, keep that's fine. Let
That's
people
on the
watch
live
that.
feed.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I don't want to lose that, you see.
Alright.
Otherwise they'll go away. Even if it's one person watching, doesn't matter. Keep it running. It's nice. At least something is happening.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your tea and coffee. We're going to get going. We'll go to the next slide, please. Okay. Okay.
Afternoon, hello, good afternoon. Can we please settle down? We want to start the program and finish the program, except now. There's a lot of people are tired, there's children. Please. Are we there yet? Can you settle down, please? Now we know why the Titanic movie was so long, because we got our own Leonardo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, everybody, can we quieten down, please? Anybody that would still like some refreshments, you know where the room is. Otherwise, we would like to hear from the SS Tilawa Foundation, and here we go. So, Uncle Haroon, would you like to tell us when originally you planned to have a commemoration in South Africa?
Thank you, Emil. The original commemoration was intended to be the 60th anniversary. That was way back in 2004. No, 2002.
2002 October.
2002 October. Unfortunately, it never took place. At that time, Mr. Bulla Chita was supposed to travel to India, which he always did in November to commemorate the tragedy. And unfortunately, he couldn't make it, and hence we didn't have that commemoration. We tried again on the 65th anniversary, and that also didn't materialize. But with the Tilawa 1942 coming on board, we've had now the third commemoration, and we're happy that we're going to have a fourth one as well.
So was it worth the wait?
It was worth the wait,
yeah,
yes.
Very good. Tell us, please, yes, we should applause. Tell us about these two pictures, your connection to the tragedy.
That's my father, Musa Tar Mohammed. The picture where he's younger, he's about 16 years old. It's his driver's license, issued in India. It's the oldest photograph we have of him. And then the other picture is when he was about 60 years old.
Very nice. And so tell us now, which of your family again were on the ship, who survived, and who perished?
In our family, the immediate family from the household was my father and his younger brother, Umar, known as Umar Tar Mohammed, and my father's two sarubais, as you say in Gujarati, or in Memon you say sandus. So those were my two Masi's husbands, and the one of my Masi's was about 17 years old, and the other one was about 19 years old. And my father was about 24 years old, my mother was 25 years old, and my late uncle Umar was approximately 12 years old.
And what stories did they share with you?
The amount of stories that my father spoke very little about the incident. My father was very sorrowful whenever the ship was mentioned. However, there was times where he gave us little snippets, like my eldest sister actually reminded us that there was only one life jacket between the two of them, and that was very sad. What we lost, we lost my younger uncle. He insisted that my father wear the life jacket because my father couldn't swim and he could swim. And he told my father, if you don't wear this life jacket, I'm going to be worrying about you. And unfortunately, he didn't survive. And I think for my father, he never got closure with that. And my two Masi's husbands, they didn't survive as well. So in our family, we lost 3 people in our immediate family.
When did you start doing your research? How was the Tilawa Foundation committee formed?
Well, it all started by somewhat of a coincidence. I was sympathizing with a friend of mine, Jimmy Erasmus, and saying to him, you know, at the death of his father, to say that, you know, we say, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, unto him we belong and unto him is our return, and we don't know when is our time. And look, my father survived 40 years after that. And, you know, it's very sad. But he says, but tell me about that ship that your father was on. I told him it was known as the SS Tilawa. He says, but my father-in-law was involved in a rescue operation. So this is how this whole thing started, because his father-in-law was a crew member on the HMS Birmingham, and he shared that sinking lifeboat that you're seeing there. That's probably a very, very apt picture which showed to you what kind of suffering the people went through. And there were a few other photographs that he shared with us. That's Mr. Len Thomas and Maulana Qasim Sema on that newspaper articles. As Mr. Uncle Ibrahim Rendry on one of those pictures there. So, yeah, I mean, the pictures that I got from Mr. Len Thomas was that sinking boat and the pictures of the HMS Birmingham. So, basically, this started my effort in trying to find other people. I knew that Maulana Qasim Sema was a survivor from the ship, so we started with that I contacted Mr. Prega Governor, who was the Sunday Times reporter at the time, and he did this article. He interviewed Maulana Qasim Sema, he interviewed Mr. Len Thomas, and myself, of course. So with that, the first article appeared in 2001, September 2001. And that's the article that started a whole sequence of events. And what happened was that from that, we got contacted by the grandchildren of the Suleiman Nana family from the Transvaal Indian Congress, and they provided us with this passenger list, which is probably helped in so many people finding some kind of answers and closure about their loved ones.
Can you tell us?
So can I just complete
please,
that?
Yes, please.
Is that I got contacted by the Bobat family, and I got contacted by Ashraf Romani's family, and with this effort, with everyone's interest, we then started our committee, which was then we called it the foundation, to do much more work in this regard, and that's where we are today.
That's beautiful. It's incredible the work that you have done. Can you tell us? Yes, please, applause. Can you tell us which survivors you've actually met or spoken to in South Africa?
There's plenty. I mean, I know about stories where it was a person that had just got married and came to South Africa and sorted out his wife's documents and waiting for her to arrive, and then she never arrived. This man was pining for her. He then remarried, and his second wife passed on. And then he had some information that this first wife of his was actually alive. And at the age of 96, he was still pining for her. Like that, there's several other stories that I can share with you. There's the Bayat family. The Bayat family, Ahmadiso Bayats, was married to a lady called Ruqayya Tikli, who had a child, Saliha. And Ruqayya and her daughter didn't survive. Mr. Ahmadiso Bayat, his family is here.
Can you tell us your connection to Junilal Nosaria and to the Cheetah family?
Of course, most definitely. The Cheetah family, I had actually also known that they were because when one of the articles on their business appeared, it mentioned that Mr. Bulla Cheetah was on that ship, and so I contacted him, and then we took it further from there, and he was very, very excited to be on board. And then Mr. Chulyan Nafsaria was actually responding to our newspaper article, and he was over the moon. Chulyan Nafsaria is probably the first man to do extensive research on the ship, and we owe a lot of credit to him. He went, in those days you didn't have internet, you didn't have all these things at our fingertips. So Mr. Chunila Nafsaria, we have to take our hat off to him. He did extensive research, and there were things like disciplinary inquiries that were held. All that kind of research is in his research documents that we have in our possession.
And we will come back to that in a moment. Can you tell us how you got access to these photographs?
These are all photographs that Mr. Len Thomas, who is the father-in-law of Jamie Erasmus, Mr. Len Thomas was the crew member of the HMS Birmingham, and he shared those documents, those pictures with us. That's Mr. Len Thomas in that picture. Very young man there at the time when he was a crew member on the HMS Birmingham. Those are flight carriers there, and that's a picture of I think it's a swordfish, is it?
That's the name, yeah.
Yeah, that had a bad landing there on the aircraft carrier.
But it was the swordfish, basically.
Those are the planes that were used to go and look and search for the survivors.
Tell us about this note. This is very cool.
This here. I can't read that, but I'm going to give you the gist of what's written
absolutely.
in there. It's a letter. It's a little note written, or a letter written on the envelope in which all those photographs were carried, and it explained to Jimmy. It was addressed to Jimmy, the son-in-law, to say that, and he referred to me as Muhammad. He says he was referring to my father being the one passenger that was on the ship, and he says, and he's sending me these photos, and at the bottom there you'll see that he's got a little message there to say that we also had to mark the area very carefully because the ship was carrying 60 tons of silver. And already that time, they knew that the ship was carrying the 60 tons of silver. And to further emphasize that, if you see in Maulana Qasim Sema, one of his interviews, he had mentioned that these people came to assist. We thought they coming to assist us, but they actually came to mark the area where the with this thing. So that further emphasizes that point.
Very good. Now you mentioned Junilal Nosaria earlier. Who are the couple on the left?
The couple on the left are two people from that village where Junilal Nosaria was from, and he was a young gentleman at the time. And his parents had, or his mother had brought him onto the ship, and she had asked this couple to please look after their son and please take care of him. And these were newly married couple from my understanding, and unfortunately they didn't make it. We don't have their names up until now. Mr. Junilal didn't remember their names as well, and he was looking for them as well.
Yeah, he describes it as the worst day of my life. And if you'd like to hear an interview, the SS Tilawa website has a great interview with him, and is it Kiki Tavaria?
Kiki Tavaria, yeah.
Now, you mentioned earlier about a conflict in trying to get information and documents from Junilal. Could you just talk about that, please? This was back, you were saying, when they were trying to get information and there were some complaints going on with the agent.
Yes. Well, one of the main complaints there was a complaint laid against the agents who were not very cooperative in providing the information about who the passengers, a list of passengers to be provided. And so a disciplinary inquiry was called to say that, these people were guilty of not providing this information. And it's strange that actually nothing came of it. It was just written off and nothing came of it.
Yeah.
And that came out of Mr. Chunilal's research. We have copies of that.
Yeah, we owe him gratitude forever for what he was able to do. Final message from you. How do you feel about this commemoration and what you as a foundation have been able to accomplish? What final sentiments would you like to share with everybody?
I sincerely believe that, our main purpose for doing this, what we're doing, is to honor the deceased and those that survived as well. That we need to acknowledge what efforts they put into bringing some kind of to the extent that they were going through. Even in wartime, they were prepared to take a ship to come and seek their bread. And what happened was that because of greed, because of whatever thing, there was no care about them, about the Japanese wanting to bomb even a passenger liner. What were these people guilty of? They didn't harm anyone. Why did this thing happen? There's still no answers. We've been asking questions. We don't get any answers. So, this is the sad state of affairs. That we always have to, I'm sorry that I have to use this word, that we always been sucking the hind tit, so to speak. We always have to accept the nonsense that are being given to us. But unfortunately, this is a long time ago. I've been told by many that we're wasting our time. But I don't believe that. I believe we need to honor our deceased and the people that's whatever effort they put in. My request is we should continue doing this and remember them.
And everybody, this is a sobering thought. Just think about this. If Uncle Haroon's father didn't make it, he wouldn't be here today. He wouldn't exist, and nor would his offspring. Thank you very much. Let's go to Imran Bobbat, please. Imran, please tell us who this person is and also the documentation that you shared with us.
Thank you, Emil. I'm fortunate to be alive today because of that young man who many years ago found it in his heart to survive this amazing event. And Ahmed Isu Bowat is my father. I've got some of my siblings here with me, and I'm so grateful to be here. I'm so grateful to be part of this amazing team. And I'll tell you a little story about my father when you want me to.
Now, please.
My mother said that, and I'm really interested in the human drama, honestly. I like the silver. I can't afford to buy it. But I'm really, you know, it's amazing that the silver has resuscitated. It's rejuvenated the interest in the Tilawa. And that's our job as the foundation members, to keep the story of the Tilawa alive. That's our job. Lost, but never forgotten. Emil's doing that, Cash is doing that, we're doing that. And I'm honestly really interested in the human drama. You know, the story of the silver and the story of this white lady decorating that music room has its place. But all of us here, even as we sit here, you have moving through your heart, you have those memories of those people in your family that suffered. And every single one of you has a story. We wish we could have just had all 249 of you take up this podium, but that would take us to the next commemoration. So we want you to please write to us and tell us your stories. The fact that we're here is not enough. Many of you have much more interesting stories than we have, and some of you, I'm not saying all, some are actually better looking than us as well. So I'm just kidding. So my father left India. My mother said that she couldn't afford 25 to 50 rupees to go to Ballard Pier to see him off. So he came to Mohvej, which is our village, our ancestral village in India, and he waved her goodbye, and he left for Ballard Pier. He said that the Japanese warned Captain F. Robertson twice before they fired the torpedoes. And Captain Robertson didn't listen to them. My father said that when the first torpedo struck, all hell broke loose. Picture the Titanic. Explosions, electrical explosions, people screaming, crying, blood, babies falling overboard. There's a good reason why we call it the Indian Titanic. It was drama beyond our imagination. It was amazing. My father said he couldn't swim to save his life. He ran into, my brother says, you know, my father didn't want to ever speak about this incident for many years, like Harun Bhai's father. They had that faraway look in their eyes whenever they went to the ocean. And you can understand the extent of the post-traumatic stress that they went through. But my brother, Yusuf, who unfortunately couldn't make it here today, he was encouraged by my father to write an article to the Reader's Digest many, many years ago. And he should have. Unfortunately, he's an accountant, not good with sentences. I hope he didn't hear that. He's very good at finance, though. He didn't write the article to the Reader's Digest. That would have solved many of our problems, because my father was alive. He could have gotten more information from him. But in any event, my father ran into a room, grabbed some, what you call them, eiderdowns, godroos, right? And some rope, godroos, call it godroos, and he he jumped into the ocean. He couldn't get onto a lifeboat. He went sinking down into the Indian Ocean, frantically came up, went sinking down a second time, frantically came up. And the third time, he grabbed the belt of a crew member. Thank God for that belt. That's why I always wear belts nowadays. You never know when they can come in handy. He grabbed the belt of this crew member and he said 6 words only. I can't swim. Please save me. There's no time for long conversations or bayans at that time in your life. So he kept it terse and to the point. The crew member said, "No, I can't save you." And he pushed my father, tried to push my father away. My father said, "Well, if you can't save me, I'll never let go of your belt, and I'll pull you down with me." I'm not proud that my father said that, but he was desperate. My father held on to his belt, and eventually they pulled him up. He was on a piece of a railing. He got onto a piece of railing. Him, and I believe my mom said, a lady and 11 other men. And they had a piece of rope. And they would intermittently, because the railing couldn't take all of them, he would intermittently hang off the rope. So one person had to hang off the rope into the water, the others sat on the railing. But my father said, as the ship sunk, the concentric circles that were created sucked the people in. And if you fell onto the circle, you'd be dead. Fortunately, he fell out of that circle. And the ship sunk ingloriously into the Indian Ocean. And then my father said it was midnight. Fortunately, 23rd November 1942 was a moonlit night. But he said it was horrific. He said he knew the length of the fish by the time it took for the sensation to wear off his thighs. They were bobbing up and down, and sharks would continuously circle their piece of wood. And I think those sharks were hungry. They continuously said, barracudas. My father said that as he went, as he floated on the wood, they were dying of thirst in a sea of, thank you. They could only see water, they only wanted water, and the only thing they couldn't have was water. Total dependency on the one Allah, on the one God. That's pure dependency on God. My father fell into the ocean. He said he banged his head and he needed 2 stitches in Bombay sometime later. But he told us that it was absolutely horrific. The waves were 2 to 3 stories high. He said there were mountains of waves and you're on a little piece of railing floating in the Indian Ocean. That's why he never spoke about this incident again. So as they floated away, and the next day they were encouraged to say the prayer of Yunus alayhi salam, Uncle Yunus, your name, Jonah, which is in the Quran, and they prayed the prayer of Jonah in the belly of the fish, and God sent rain for them. And they sucked the back of their hands, quenched their thirst. There was only water from the bottom, there was only water from the top. And they were waiting, literally waiting to die. He's just reminding me. I'm gonna end with what I believe to be probably the most dramatic part of the story. And I'm not sure if I should say it now in the next 10 seconds or just wait for Leicester commemoration.
I would.
Should I finish?
We would love to hear where you're going with this.
On the 3rd day, on the Wednesday morning, as they floated in the ocean, my father, from the corner of his eye, saw the SS Birmingham, which was hailing from Liverpool. He had an old man on the railing with him, an old man, the old man in the sea. And he said, as they were floating, I think his name was Babu, I'm not sure, but I think his name was Babu. He said, Babu, look, we're going home. And this is probably the most dramatic part of the story. He said, Babu, we're going home. Babu looked up, and when he saw the SS Birmingham, when his eyes fell on the ship that was going to take them home, his heart burst with joy, and he died. Inna lillahi wa inna. He died of happiness, literally. He survived the bombing, he survived the hypothermia, the sharks, the barracudas, the hunger and the thirst. It was time to go home. Allah said, you're coming with me. They buried him at sea. And then my father returned on the Birmingham to India. And then some years later, 3 years later, decided to take the second journey on a ship. He had more guts than I can promise you that. He returned, I think was the Kampala or the Karanja. And can you imagine what must have gone through his heart coming back on a ship some years later. And I'm sure all of you have these stories, and I pray that Allah bless every single member of the Tilawa family and those that passed away. Thank you.
And again, if your father didn't make it, you wouldn't be here with us
I very
today.
much doubt whether I would have been here.
Let's now speak to Mr. Ashraf Rumaini, who's also a member of the foundation. Please tell us, what is your connection? How has it impacted you? And what are some of your perspectives in general of the subject?
Okay, so I'm the grandson of Sheikh Hussein and Habiba Barde. I also had an aunt who was on the ship, Rukia Barde. And unfortunately, they perished on board the ship. So that's a photograph of my grandparents, my maternal grandparents, and the taller girl on the photograph is my mom. So she's with me here today. And that's my uncle. Unfortunately, it looks like he's wearing a dress. So that's my mamu, and that's the father of my two cousins. So unfortunately, my grandparents perished on board the ship, together with my aunt, but my mom and my mamu survived, and my cousin's going to tell you the interesting story how it is that they survived. But my mom, at the age of 5, and my uncle at the age of 4, became instant orphans, and were reared on 2 different continents by different people at different times. Particularly my mamu, he remained in South Africa, in Kimberley, and he was reared by various surrogate parents, some good and some not so good. And my mom fortunately had an aunt and uncle in India who reared her and loved her as if she was their own. But despite that, life was very hard for them, and it reflected in their sense of justice as they became adults, and their sense of survival. If I think of the hardship that they endured during their lifetime, these were amazingly resilient people that I think if I was put in the same position, I probably would have struggled a lot more than they had to survive those conditions. Because yes, we've lost loved ones who perished at sea, or have survived at sea and made it on to made lives, but what about the orphans that were left behind? And there were many orphans that were left behind because of this tragedy. You know, we all have kind of our different interests and perspective on what this tragedy means and how it played out over more than 8 decades. Just in recent times, what's happening to the silver, for example, the kind of money that people are making in the silver, it's a travesty. The manner in which they extricated the silver from the ship, they plundered the ship. They cut her in half to get to the silver. They had no respect for the fact that this was a war grave. 82 years later, wow, 2017 wasn't 82, 70 odd years later, they continue to commit heinous crimes against the passengers of the SS Tilawa. And I want to put things in perspective about the actual torpedoing of the ship. The motive for the U-boat commander remains a mystery. Yes, there was a lot of speculation that for 1 hour between the first torpedo and the second torpedo, the U-boat commander had engaged Captain Robertson, who, by the way, abandoned ship before all the passengers got into a lifeboat. But I mean, you've heard that already. The perspective I want to give you is that these were ordinary working class people who were trying to make a life for themselves. Shoemakers, carpenters, tailors, jewelers, people coming to either visit their loved ones or settle in South Africa or in Mombasa, or just returning home. Men, women and children, not carrying any arms at all. You get torpedoed not once but twice by the Japanese submarine. Unheard of. I don't know of any other war crime of that nature, naval war crime of that nature. Certainly not during World War I and World War II, and not in recent times. And if you think about it, in today's time, if somebody had to sink a passenger liner in today's time without a good cause, the entire world would be outraged. I don't think any army, perhaps the IDF, in fact, most definitely the IDF, other than the IDF, I don't think any other army would attack a passenger liner and sink, knowingly sink a passenger liner. I'm maybe not articulating this point well enough, but that is such a heinous crime to commit. It's such an unforgivable crime to commit. Men, women and children, ordinary people trying to make lives for themselves, get torpedoed not once but twice by the Japanese. For me, that's something if I could get the answers to why that happened, and I could share that with my mother, for me, I think that would be the closure.
So Emil, just to mention, there were 150,000 ships that participated in World War II. 20,000 ships were torpedoed. One single ship was a passenger liner, and there's no prizes for guessing which one that was. That's the extent of it.
Yeah, want to emphasize that point. Tilawa was the only passenger liner torpedoed in the middle of the Indian Ocean during the Second World War. I just want to say to three of you again, it is one of the greatest honors of my life to share a platform with you. You are incredible, humble, well-experienced gentlemen. I have learned so much from you, and because of your hard work, we are here today. As far as the Japanese connection, I agree with you. There are so many archives available. We just need to try and keep persistent to get access. Thank you, SS Tilawa Foundation, for making history. We would now like to invite Bashir Hasim and Mr. Mohammed Sema and Mr. Redar Kader's family, please. Please come and have a seat. So Bashir, if you could start please and tell us your father's story.
Okay. Briefly, my father went to India to get married, obviously to my mother. And it was at the beginning of 1942 when he went down. Once he found out that she was pregnant, he waited. Maybe he couldn't get a ship, or maybe he could. I don't know what was the reason. But he waited for the child to be born, which was my eldest sister, Kulsum. And once she was born and he saw that the mother and child are healthy, he got the news of the Tilawa leaving Mumbai to come to South Africa. So he said, great stuff, let's jump on the ship. And that's how he got onto the ship. And obviously everyone knows the story by now. 20th November they climb on the ship. 23rd November they get torpedoed. Boom, he survived on a raft with a couple of friends. They had some biscuits. They called it round biscuits. I thought it was Mari biscuits. Other people say it could have been some other, but it was a round biscuit. And they had a can of water. And but when they were saved by the Birmingham and they went back to India, their feet were eaten up by the fish, not completely off, but bitten. I shouldn't say eaten. They were bitten, and their hands and skin was peeled off with all the seawater. So they went through a healing process, and fortunately survived and came back. That's it, Emil.
Incredible. What does this commemoration mean to you? What is your message to everybody?
I think it's necessary because it brings us all together, like I said at the opening welcome, that we are family in a way. And we should show the love that we have for our predecessors. And the sacrifices that they made is nothing compared to the sacrifices that we are making. So if we can honor them by coming here. And the previous picture that you showed is an article written by my sister and a drawing made by her when she was about 15 years old, I think, or 9 years old, I'm not sure. But anyway, she did that article for the newspaper and she won an award for it. And then the letter next to it is him being afforded to get a new passport and new ID document, which was all lost in the war. Eventually what happened is that he had a total of 6 siblings and he passed on in 1957, November. On the 9th of November, my sister was born, 1942. On the 8th of November, 1957, he passed away. And I was born in 1958, 6 months later. So,
we're happy you have been granted life. We
Yes.
have to move on.
Of course.
But thank you so much for your story.
Thank you.
Before we get to Mr. Sema, we just wanted to acknowledge the beautiful gifts that have been provided by the SS Tilawa Foundation. Cherish them, look after them, and may they always remind you of this historic event. We also have an exciting announcement which we don't have time to share with you right now, perhaps during tonight's dinner, but the first ever Tilawa song has been composed by Mr. Munawar Sokot from Qatar. And this is the type of scenery that we would like you to think of when you hear that song, and we know that's something that we look forward to hearing. Let's now go to Mr. Muhammad Sema. Mr. Sema, I understand that your father is a very well-known gentleman in the community here in South Africa. Please tell us his connection to the SS Tilawa. What did he tell you? And what's your message to everybody today regarding Tilawa?
Well, let me start off by saying that we're hearing a lot about the experience that different people had. And they all are very, very similar. So what I would like to convey to the Tilawa family is what was my father's take on this. He was a very religious man, and it was an ordeal, undoubtedly. You know, he went through a lot of trauma, and but you know, each one tried to save themselves. So just to mention a few things that he mentioned. He had 2 companions with him, which were in the same cabin. And when the first torpedo hit, he's very, very afraid. Because obviously they were expecting, I suppose, things like this. So out of fear, he said he forgot about his companions. And he left them and he ran. It was like, each one has to save his own life. But the experience that everyone else had was very similar. But one thing that, stood out for me was his commitment. He made a pledge with Allah, with God, that if you save me, I'm going to dedicate my life, to the deen of Islam, to humanity. And a lot of people here in the audience will bear me out, and they knew him very well. And he is well known, as you mentioned. He dedicated his whole life for humanity. He was a humanitarian. He had a lot of firsts in his life. He started the first Darul Uloom in South Africa, which is an Islamic college. And every other college or Darul Uloom, taught the students to the medium of Urdu. But because of the situation of the South Africans, and especially for the people of Cape Town, he changed that, and the medium of education was English, which was, beneficial to majority. The Darul Uloom taught the children Arabic, through the medium of English. And he was tremendously, involved in humanitarian work. At that time, it was the apartheid era. But he did a lot of community work in the reserves, where the government would not allow, anybody to enter there besides the black population. But he used to go in there to preach, to help them, And at one stage, they even, they even locked him up. But that was not a deterrent. And he was there, to do his humanitarian work. One of his teachers in India advised him that the first thing you do is to educate the indigenous people of the country. And that's what he was striving to do. He got to the people that needed education, that needed help. He got to them, and he did what he had to do.
I appreciate your perspective of what he was able to do with his life because of his survival, and thinking about the many people in South Africa that have benefited from his life of self-sacrifice. Final question to you: what do you think he would be thinking about today's event?
Well, I'm sure he would be happy. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure he would be happy. because he did what he had to do. As I say, he was a very religious person, and he did what he had to do.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, as I said, a lot of people in the audience, will bear me out on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for continuing his legacy. This is an incredible article from the 80s. Mr. Kedder, please tell us more.
Good afternoon. So good to be here. Really, before I even speak, I'd like to say well done to the Tilawa family team. You've done an amazing job on bringing this all together. I want to really commend you. So this article was published in 1985. It was the first time me as a kid, and I think my family also, found out about this story, because it wasn't very widely spoke about. I don't ever remember my grandfather really speaking about this incident. And when this article came out, it really made us aware of this tragedy. My grandfather and his dad was aboard the SS Tilawa on their way from Mumbai to South Africa. Tragically, he lost his father in the sinking of the ship. We're so fortunate to have him be a survivor. I like the way you mentioned earlier to the previous speakers that if he wasn't alive, you wouldn't be alive. And in the case of my grandfather, if he didn't survive that, that tragedy, to date he had 9 children, and we are 144 descendants. He was fondly known as Haji Kara. And I got a bit emotional when Mr. Mohammed was speaking about his dad and how he made a prayer to God to say if he's saved from this tragedy, he will dedicate his life to Islam and to the religion. And I don't recall my grandfather telling us that he made a prayer like that. But I can truly believe that he did, because that's really the kind of person that he was as well. Dedicated his life to community. He was a community leader. He was a religious person. And funny, this morning I met Mr. Ashraf Rumani, probably for the first time on the boat trip. And we were chatting and I introduced myself to him, and he tells me, and I told him that my grandfather was the late Haji Kara. His name was Ismail Kaider Raut, but he was fondly known as Haji Kara. There's stories about how he got that name, but I'll get that to another time. So Mr. Rumani tells me, can I tell you about your grandfather? So I said, yes, please. And he said, he actually performed my marriage at Masjid Al-Quds in Cape Town. Wow. So I also often meet people all the time that will remind me of his character and that he gave their child's name, or that he gave their name. So we're so fortunate and proud to be descendants of this great giant.
Thank you so much. And he looks like a beautiful, happy man. You know,
he was so jovial.
Yeah.
I remember him as always being a happy guy. He looks a bit strict there, but he was actually...
Would you like to tell everybody who this gentleman on the right side is?
So absolutely. Just so this article, it talks about it in the article. So this gentleman's name is Mr. Metcalf. And my grandfather was in a, I know I don't have that much time, but he was in a court case in the Supreme Court to actually declare his father missing on the SS Tilawa. So it was a case that they were going on, and I think it had to be published. And when Mr. Metcalf saw this article in the Cape Argus, the Argus actually arranged for them to meet, and they had a meeting and they were reminiscing about the past, and they they really got to talk about what happened. So he actually describes it vividly in the article, and it's so similar to all the other stories and the video earlier. So Mr. Metcalf was actually on the HMS Birmingham, and he was one of the rescuers and of the survivors on the SS Tilawa.
Just like Mr. Len Thomas. That's amazing, again, here in South Africa. Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
And thank you to all three gentlemen. So now we're going to invite Mr. Bipin Kapadia, Miss Beena Jani, and also Mrs. Hemu Kashiram, please. That's a great detail. So, Bipin, thank you for coming all the way from London, England.
Thank you for inviting us. I sincerely wish to thank the SS Tilawa Foundation for having us here today.
Thank you very much. When you look at these pictures, and I'm going to flick back and forth between these pictures and the ones here, could you just speak to them, please?
We'll start off with this picture.
Please. And just have your microphone closer to your mouth, please, so we can hear you.
The picture to my left of the three gentlemen there, we've got Govind Chiba on the left, my dad standing in the middle, Harilal Kapadia, and Chotu Chiba on the right. So sorry, Govind Chiba, Harilal, oh sorry, and Chotu Chiba on the right. Right, so next picture is of my Foy, my dad's sister, and she was on SS Tilawa. Tragically, her children on the right, Jaya and Bagu. Now, Jaya was the survivor, and Bagu. Now, the family, Jaya's family, children are with me today.
Wow.
They're sitting at the back. So tragically, so what happened here was Jaya was only 18 months. So my Foy somehow managed to get her two children on a raft, and then she went back to get, because when they started off in from Mumbai, she had 3 children with her. One, the next picture which will come along, right? So anyway, she managed to get the 2 children on a raft, went back to get Ishwar, which is the picture in the middle of that young man. So she went to get Ishwar, but tragically, they didn't make it. So somehow, Jaya and Bagu, Chotu Chiba's children, went back to India, and how they got there was a mystery. Who took them back, who, how they sort of survived on their own with someone, that's a mystery as well. But somehow they were back in India, and then from India they were reunited with their dad in South Africa, in Joburg. It's just amazing.
It's incredible that you have put in so much time and effort in researching your own family connection. I'd like you to speak to the picture on the left and the 2 pictures on the right, please.
The picture on the left is of my cousin, who is standing outside the house where my daddy used to have a house in Kacholi on the left-hand side. The pictures on the right, I'm not too sure of the 2 gentlemen there. But I think one of them is Chotu
Govin Chiba.
Yeah, I think based on the booklet, they were on the SS Tilawa.
That's right.
And
That's right.
your family essentially is from the same village, Kocholi, as my great-grandfather and his first cousin.
And
So it's amazing. Kocholi is...
Kocholi was the place because
Yeah.
I think the two children who I think you mentioned about the Nagar family, Ranchod, Vasan and Govin. I believe Govin Nagar brought the two children back to South Africa to be reunited with their dad.
Now, it's because of you that we learnt about this fine lady. Could you mention who this is, please? Namisha
Ooh.
Madhwani.
No.
No? I remember, anyway, I remember us having a conversation of Namisha Madhwani, who's the High Commissioner from Uganda to the United Kingdom. Their family is very well known in Uganda. My father
Correct.
was born on the Madhwani road.
The Madhwani
right?
family, correct.
So her mother and her grandmother and her aunts were on the Tilawa. They survived. They got back to Bombay, and the Nanji Kalidas, actually, who's the grandfather of Jay Mehta, who's married to Juhi Chawla. So Nanji Bai Kalidas is the one who took care of the people in this picture. And we're not able to share her video message today, but we will make that available. Thank you so much for coming all this way.
Thank you for having us.
Now, Bina, I know we're just so proud that you are here. Your sister Pallavi supported the commemoration in Mumbai, and we love your father's story, but we still wanted to have you come here and tell us, when did you first get connected to Uncle Haroon and the SS Tilawa Foundation, and what does this subject mean to you in general?
So, all our lives, Dad used to mention that he was on a ship that got torpedoed when he was a baby. And we're like, okay. We never actually thought much about it. He would just mention it maybe once a year. And as I grew older, I love history. So I was like, Dad, what was the name of that ship? And so he said, SS Tilawa. So the internet had just come along, so I'm on the internet looking, cannot find anything. Apart from some little things, it was a ship that was used during the wars. Tiny little extracts, nothing. And then now and again, I'd go back on the internet, have a look, and then I just happened to look one. I was at work. I was probably a bit bored or something. I thought, let me go on the internet, like we do, and looked up SS Tilawa, and boom, this website came up, and I was excited. There were pictures, there were extracts, there was a passenger survivors list. I immediately looking, and I spot my bar. Well, the spellings are wrong, obviously, like for a lot of us on the passenger list. Vasant bin Labshankar, one child, age 3. And my heart just skipped a beat. I got on the phone to my mum, my siblings, I took pictures, and sending to everyone, look what I found something. And then I'm thinking, who's done this website? Who's created this? And I'm plowing through, and I think I managed to find an email of the person who created the website first. And he told me they were closing the website down and they'll do a new one. Or had I got in contact with you, Haroon? Was it back, this is going on like 12 years, 13, this is a long time. More, maybe up to 15 years. So, anyway, a few years passed, someone gets in contact, there's a new website, please have a look, and please contact Emil in Canada, Haroon told me. So I said, okay, so I contact Emil, I'm like, hi Emil, just to let you know, Dad, he's 80, he's 81 now I think, and he's doing well, and immediately Emil came back to me and he said, oh my God, your dad is the only known survivor at the moment. And then it was just like a boo, it was just an explosion of, I can't even describe the feeling that how big this actually was, before it would just get in touch. We never had much information. My bar never liked to talk about it because she was so traumatized by it. So we were hearing extracts from aunties, or when my dad was younger, he'd try and listen to conversations of adults like children do, My gran never wanted to discuss it with my dad, so he knew very little. So now, it's just, I forgot what I was going to say now. Please remind me what the question was.
No, I mean, just simply, how do you feel about all of the developments that have taken place in the last couple of years?
It has been incredible. As soon as I spoke to Emil, I was like, we have to get this seen and heard. We have to get this out there. You know, I immediately went through my directory of my friends. I have lots of friends that work in the media. Who can help me? Guys, I have this story. Can anyone help me? People were passing me to other people they knew. We managed to get on ITV News, a prime spot on ITV News. And as soon as that came on TV, my mum's phone was blowing up with people who'd seen it. That news article managed to reach America, where we then found Auntie. And the developments have been incredible. You know, we have this huge, amazing family now. We're all here for each other, and we're all here to find others and to keep on finding others, getting answers to questions. And I feel so honoured to be here today. I know Dad is watching. Dad, we all love you. Thank you so much for being so strong. Thank you to my bar for being so strong and making it. Yeah. We heard just a little story from my dad's auntie, who's still alive. She's 105 years old.
Wow.
My mum just saw her a few days ago, and she did a recording of her talking because she was my bar's sister-in-law. And the story, another part of the story we found was as Bar was going onto the lifeboat, even though Dad was wrapped around her, he somehow came off and fell into the water. And she's obviously screaming, "Totio, Totio," because, you know, hysterical. And I don't know who, someone in here, someone's family member picked up my dad, you know, and handed him back to my grandma. So thank you, whoever did that, whoever helped my bar on board. Sorry, this is a really emotional journey. I'm so proud to be part of it, and I'm so proud to meet you all today. But SS Tilawa family is here to stay.
And you wouldn't be here.
And I wouldn't be here, of course. We worked out after my dad was the fourth child, my bar went on to have 4 more. So we found out we have an extra, not as many as your family, but we have an extra 47 members, I think, of the family that exists now.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for your story, and please continue your hard work, your support. We appreciate your enthusiasm and the fact that you made this very special effort here to represent your dear father. We love him so much. And
Dad wanted to be here, and he sends his loves and blessings to everybody. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been lovely meeting you all. Really want to meet as many of you as possible tonight. So please do come and say hi, and I will be coming round as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Mrs. Hemel Kashiram, thank you so much also for your great interest and regular communication. We appreciate your friendship. Please tell us your connection to Tilawa and these 2 people on our screen.
My connection to Tilawa is that my grand-uncle, unfortunately we didn't have a picture of him, was on the Tilawa, Mr. Jain Padya, and he and my aunt were the survivors, the one on the extreme right, and unfortunately the one on the left is my Motaba. She didn't survive, she's on the missing list. So we had 3 family members on that ship. And my connection with Tilawa was when my nephew in the UK sent me the link that there is this reunion that's taking place. And that's when I got into contact with Haroon and you, just to get the thing rolling. And that's when I came in. We didn't hear much from them because they were very traumatized about the incident and they never talked about it.
Yeah. We are so happy to have your support. We appreciate you sharing these 2 pictures that we can add to our collection. Thank you so much. Do you have any final words that you'd like to share?
Thank you to all of you for having made this possible. And we do, other important incident that I would like to mention is that I was 2 weeks back here in Durban, and I was standing at a window and looking out into the sea. And as I looked out, I just thought, you know, imagine our grandparents were in this ocean for 2 days and 2 nights, and the trauma that they went through was unbelievable. They were so traumatized. All we knew is that they were on a raft. They weren't even on a lifeboat. They were on a raft, my granduncle and my aunt. And they somehow managed to survive, though they had, as the previous people mentioned, they had sharks and barracudas, etc., circling them. But with all that, I only remember that my aunt used to say we should just try and with our hands push them away. And they were totally devastated. And as for my granduncle, he never really spoke about it. It was stories that we heard from our dads.
We're living life trying to pick up these tidbits. Thank you so much for your interview.
Thank you.
We're now going to invite for our final interviews for today, as we approach the conclusion of this commemoration, we'd like to invite I have here Mrs. Sadia and Mrs. Habiba representing the Bade family, and I would also like to invite our gentleman, I think he is the grandson of the Rendere family. So if we could have all three of you come together, please, and sit here. That would be fantastic. So we'll speak to Mrs. Sadia and Mrs. Habiba first. Sure. So could you introduce yourselves, please?
I'm Habiba Bade.
Okay.
As you can see on the screen, my grandmother was Habiba Bade as well. So I think my dad must have named me after his mum just to get that little closure and feeling of having somebody close by to him. And that's my sister, Sadia.
Yeah, I'm Sadia Bade Mulaji. As you know, that's how my parents. Ashraf is my cousin, and Ashraf's mum there is my father's sister, sitting over there. Right. My grandparents were on the boat with his family, and my grandfather's mother came to the boat to see them off and said, "No, I would like you to give me the 2 children to stay here while you have a sibling with you, a child with you, and your wife is with child also." And that is how my dad and my fupu survived. That's why we are all here, Ashraf, sisters, myself. So we are a very close family. And as Ashraf has said before, life was hard for him. My dad came to South Africa, to Kimberley, at the age of 8, where he lived from different members, until my fupu came married, to live in Cape Town. Then my fupu took my dad to stay with her. My dad never, ever spoke about the tragedy. We knew my dad's parents died in the war on the boat, dot. It affected him maybe many, many ways, but in turn, he became a very good person. He loved and cherished his family that cared for him, whether it was good times or bad times. He loved his family to bits. For us, for me and my sister, it's actually very special that it's in Durban, because my daddy, sister, is my nani also. So 2 sisters, children married each other. So in retrospect, my dad loved his mother's sisters. So there were 2 sisters in Cape Durban. So my cousins are unable to attend that are also here, but we are proud it's in Durban. And I'd like to compliment Ashraf and all the other members there for taking the strive and the drive and the time to do what they did. And Ashraf was interested in this many, many years ago. To tell you something else off the topic, this stuff that you see around the banners and the coins, my late brother's son, that is Bade, Tashriq Bade, I'm sure some of you know him. He designed most of the stuff, and the new website is Tashriq's work.
Wow.
And Tashriq is unable to attend today, but I'm sure he's watching. Tash, we're proud of you. Your dad would have been proud of you. Your grandfather, your great-grandfather would have been beaming of you, Tashriq. So carry on with the good work, all of you, inshallah. And let us make dua for all the deceased. I'm sure they're in Jannah. And we must just strive to keep up their memories and all the, I don't know.
Thank you. And Mrs. Habiba, would you like to share any final sentiments? No? Thank you so much. Well, if the Rendere family would like to come up, we would love to hear from you, and maybe the grandson could help your father or your father. Okay, so come up, please. And
Assalamu alaikum. I was not prepared for this, but I'd like to share a few moments to let you all know that when this Japanese submarine torpedoed the SS Tilawa, my father heard that noise. He opened the door and he saw people dying. They were on the floor. So what he did, he was a very good, strong swimmer. He closed the door and he reopened the door. After wearing, he grabbed a life jacket with a light. And this is what I want to share with you, that he was a very strong swimmer. And when the second torpedo, he was thrown out to sea. He wasn't in a boat, tugboat. He was thrown out to sea. And what had happened is he had read a few Islamic ayats from the Quran, and a rafter appeared in front of them. So he picked an Indian lady, and she did not want to come on the rafter. He said, my husband is gone, I'll go as well. So my father grabbed her, put her on the rafter. It was himself, and there was a gentleman by the name of Mr. Dadaboy from Roshni, Johannesburg. The three of them, they survived with no food. Whenever they wanted food, my father used to tell them, put the sea water, gargle them out, and that's how they survived. The HMS Birmingham had sent out a helicopter to look for the survivors. When they found my father with that light, life-saving light, that light, the soldiers came down to rescue him. He said, no, you pick everyone up and take me last. And this is the actual words from the person, Mr. Dalaway. When I got my learner's license, I went up to Johannesburg. I asked him. He told me exactly the same. and he lost 347,000 pounds worth of jewelry and stones. But, Allah was great. He survived. He lived for the 37 years after that, and he passed away. That's what I'll share with you. It's a long story. His photograph appears on the scene here, on this picture.
I wanted to ask you two questions, if I may. The first one was how you got the pictures, because this is precious, this is treasure. And my second question after is, Uncle Haroon wanted you to share with everybody some possessions that your family lost.
Yes, the captain took a liking to my father and took a photograph. And this was a photograph. I'll just show it to you.
I'm going to try and pull it up on the screen here. Yep, I have it right here. So let me just pull it up. That way everybody can see it.
This was enlarged there.
Nearly there. But we want everybody to see this because this is very special. Here we are. There we are. Okay, please tell us the story.
That's him there.
He's the only person that we have been able to identify in a photograph is your father. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I suppose it's because of the friendship he made with the captain, Mr. Robinson. He was the captain, and he gave him clothes to wear, and even the lady that they survived, he gave them clothes to wear, and it makes it very emotional. I cannot talk anymore. Just that Haroon Bhai told me, I said, let me say a few words.
Sure. Thank you. Did you want to talk about the treasure items that were lost?
Yes, my father he used to sell 18-carat necklace, earrings, rings, which I have got in a shop. I didn't want to bring it here, I've got those kept aside because I treasure it. It's from him, and I've got his scales. I've got quite a few mementos of his. I may just have it photographed and send it up to the Tilawa group.
Right. And was there anything specific that was lost? Specific items? I'm told Uncle Imran wants you to share with everybody some exact items. The rubies.
Rubies, yes, yeah. He was the main supplier of rubies in South Africa. Every single jeweler in Durban used to buy rubies, emeralds, and spinels. Spinels is white stones. And he was bringing down all the stuff. But when he came out, he says, doesn't matter, I'll work and we'll recoup it. And today I am in the business doing that.
We're very proud of you.
Lastly, I would like to thank all the Tilawa members for coming here, and may God help everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, we also have another exciting announcement. The first official Tilawa poem will be read tonight at dinner, which was composed by Imran's grand nephew, which is Zubair Bobbert. So we look forward to that. The time has arrived for us to officially commemorate the forgotten tragedy. It is a very simple act of human kindness and respect, but profoundly powerful. I am waiting for Uncle Haroon to come, because we would not want him to miss this opportunity of a moment of silence. So what we could do while we're waiting for him is I could play a little bit of that song. Would you like that? Okay. So I'll go back to here. Okay. Let's hear the song Musafir Traveller by Munafir Sakat. We'll just hear maybe 30 seconds of that while we were waiting for Haroon.
At the shores my eyes waiting again. Today my tears are flowing again. I thought you will take me to the skies, be with me like a true friend forever, but never knew that.
So that's just a little bit, that's just a teaser. Okay, so if I could get control again of the slide. If everybody could please stand. So, this is the moment that the ill-fated SS Tilawa, the Indian Titanic, the forgotten tragedy, is officially acknowledged, and we memorialize the loss of 280 lives. We will now start. Well, we have officially commemorated the ill-fated SS Tilawa on African soil. So in conclusion, this was a landmark commemoration. Think of all of the wonderful things that we have heard. We still have lots to do, but continue to work hard so this no longer remains a forgotten tragedy. Thank you very much.
Please remain seated. Please remain seated. I have about 200 pages to read here. Now, I'll be quick. I just want to do a vote of thanks. There's very, very important people that need to be thanked, and now to make 3 announcements. Okay, first of all, and I'm not going to elaborate on what they did, want to thank Johan and Yasin from RBS and Yotam
Professor Ahmed Sheikh, Region Business School, Kim Juma from the Natal Memon Jamaat Hall, Tashrik Bardey was mentioned. He did a good job for us. Yunus Randeri and family for your generosity. And just for the record, he's had 68 operations. Munawar Sirkot for the song. Umar Razak, who owns these two companies, ABC Printers and Chris Daniels of Betith Digital. Masood Abbas works for ABC. All these posters and tickets and everything you got are from them. And then, very important, Emil Solanki, Kesh Kumar, Dina Jani. You guys came all the way, very long distance. We appreciate and all the hard work that you've done. Then we had a lot of donors, and if I read out that name, then we're going to be here for a long time. So all the donors who donated and everyone who came, we appreciate. And then Harun Ba and Imran Ba is progress from Imran Bai to Imran Ba. If you want elaboration, I'll tell you. And then Ashraf, Yunus Randeri, Mohammed Elias Randeri, Dr. Hanif Musa, Salim Ismail, we thank you all, and myself also, right? Okay, yes, few announcements. Supper is delayed to start at 8 o'clock, right? It was supposed to start at 7:30. Those who haven't registered, please register with Zubair Bayat. Don't forget to pay your contributions. Take your tickets to the gala dinner. And if you forgot it, don't worry, Harun Bhai is a softie, he'll let you go in. Contact Emil and Kesh if you have a story. Any extra contributions are welcome. Thank you.
Sorry, just to reiterate, supper has been delayed till 8 p.m. Everyone, please come to the dinner tonight. It's going to be amazing. And we want to reiterate our thanks to Tilawa 1942, these two gentlemen. We wouldn't have done this without them. We thank all of you specifically, firstly for being alive, and secondly for gracing this function. Please forgive us for any shortcomings. We look forward to seeing you. Bring your tickets tonight. We look forward to seeing all of you at the NMJ Hall at 8 p.m. tonight. Please take your tickets with you and treasure the gold bars that we left in the bag.
So let's just go on the. I want to go onto the channel first.
Stop the live stream.
So where is it on? It should be still live. Right. So let's just 20 current viewers. Can we? Go and say hi.
Hey, well done.
Well done, my friend. You're coming for dinner, yeah? You're coming for dinner. We'll sit down and have a drink. Well done. So, is there anything? Do we need to say? I'll just. Yeah, and so Andy, I just want to see if there's anything we can. We don't want to lose it. You're still with something, and you will no longer be able to be live. And let's see what. Oh wow!